Yana ciki. Idan inside.
Idan ya. Nita da do it. Allah do
Contact Cars Drivers Union. Thank you.
Any seconder for this amendment? So I go back to the prayer as said, direct the Senate Committee on Marine Transport when constituted invite the management leadership of MPA, Nigeria Shippers Council, Federal Ministry of Works and Transport, the Western Naval Command, Nigerian Union of Road Transport Workers, Association of Maritime Truck Owners, the police, such as dialogue and way forward. Those in favor of prayer 1 say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prayer 2, urge the federal government to immediately consider long-term plans for technical redesign and expansion of Apapa Ijora Gomu Relay Mile 2 access trunks, as well as Apapa Tinkan Mile 2 Oshodi corridor. Those in favor of prayer 2 say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prayer 3, urge maritime players and operators to build satellite truck/trailer parks with the capacity that can take no less than 10,000 vehicles at a time. Gomu Relay Mile 2 access trucks, as well as Apapa Tinkan like a Mile 2 Oshodi corridor. Diesel dispensing. Those in favor of prayer 2 say aye. In motel. Those against say nay. Drivers and other occupants of such vehicles. Those in favor of prayer 3. Prayer 3, urge maritime players and operators to build.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, my name is Senator Mao Huabongwa. I think if we leave this prayer,
satellite truck/trailer parks with the capacity that can take no less than 10,000 vehicles at a time. Gomu Relay truck access trucks, as well as our facilities like a vehicle repair.
Having been in the Marine Transport Committee in the House, I'm aware that MPA, whose responsibility it is to build this trailer and truck park, had acquired a place at Mile 2. Is it Mile 2 or Mile 2? So I think we should urge MPA as a matter of urgency, knowing that also this motion came as a point of matter of urgency. And if you look at the prayers, they are not very urgent. But I think what is important now is to urge Nigerian Port Authority as a matter of urgency to complete or to build a functional truck and trailer park at the land already acquired at Mile.
So I think we should urge.
Is it Mile 12? MPA as a matter of urgency, knowing that also this motion came, but to build a functional the land already acquired by the MPA. I think in Apapa they already. So I think that's my amendment.
Any seconder to this amendment? No second. Any other amendment to Senator Gemade? One second, Senator. Let me finish with this. Any seconder to Senator Mao's amendment? No.
Mr. President, my name is John Owan Eno, Cross River Centre. I second the amendment moved by Senator Mao.
All right, prayer 3. Then put the question. Those in favor of the amendment that prayer 3 to now include urge NPA as a matter of urgency to build a functional truck and trailer park. Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The nays have it. Any other amendment? Senator Gemade.
Mr. President, mine is not amendment, additional prayer.
So let me go back to prayer 3 then. Urge maritime players and operators to build the satellite truck and trailer park with a capacity that could take no less than 10,000 vehicles at a time. And that such truck and trailer parks should be designed to have facilities like a vehicle repair yard, diesel dispensing points, restaurants, and security, in motel for truck, trailer driver, and other occupants of such vehicles. Those in favor of prayer 3 say aye. Those against say nay. The nays have it. Additional prayer. Senator Gemade.
Thank you. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, my name is Barnabas Gimade, Benue Northeast Senatorial District. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, I rise to give an additional prayer to this very, very important motion. My additional prayer has something to do about the immediate. Most of the prayers we have put through today are long-term. On the immediate, I believe that we need to put a prayer to decongest the roads leading to the port. And I think the best way to deal with this is to restrict the number of trucks that come into the port by making sure that discharge of containers and liquid products at the port should be carried out of the port via the rail links out to the outer limits of the city. I therefore craft the additional prayer in this way, that urge the Nigerian Ports Authority to immediately reactivate the rail link from the port to the outer parts of the city by evacuating containers and petroleum products via the rail transport. Thank you.
Any seconder?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, and Abubakar, Abdurrahman Abubakar.
Mr. President, I am Abdurrahman Abubakar, representing the people of Kogi East. I rise to second the motion ably moved by distinguished the amendment ably raised by
Additional prayer, sorry.
I wish to second the additional prayer raised ably by distinguished Senator Gemadi. I second the amendment made proposed. Okay, let me say, I second the additional prayer.
It's an amendment.
Which is also an amendment by implication.
Yes. Please.
You know, ably moved by Senator Gamade,
Yes.
to the effect that the Nigerian Ports Authority, which is blessed with several rail connections within its, establishment, should, as a matter of fact, pay adequate attention and liaise with the Nigerian Railway Corporation to ensure that these rail links are reactivated and properly linked.
Yes.
For easy movement of containers from the port. I so second.
Let me put the question. Additional prayer to urge MPA to reactivate immediately the rail links on the port to the outer parts for the evacuation of the petroleum products. Yes, those in favor of this additional prayer say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Any other additional prayer? Senator Ashafa.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senator Benga Shafa, one of the senators from Lagos State. I want to express my appreciation to all our colleagues, particularly the presenter of this motion, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, for bringing this to the fore. And in addition, I would like to crave your indulgence to let us have a global view of the agencies that are involved. So my additional prayer is that urge the state government to collaborate with the federal government agencies in order to find short-term solutions to the present gridlock as a matter of urgency. All the agencies to work together. Thank you very much, sir.
Repeat it again. Just, yeah.
Urge the Lagos State government to collaborate with the federal government agencies in order to find a short-term solution to the present gridlock as a matter of immediate attention.
Any seconder to this additional prayer? Yes, Sabi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Aliu Sabi Abdullahi, Niger North. I rise to second the motion that Lagos State government should liaise with relevant federal government agencies to provide immediate attention to the gridlock. I so second.
Those in favor of the additional prayer that urge the Lagos State government to collaborate with federal government agencies to find a short-term solution to the present gridlock. Those in favor of this additional prayer say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, first of all, let me thank Senator Tinubu for bringing this up, and also all the 108 other, 107 other distinguished senators. It's a very important motion that has come up because we're all aware of the cost of this gridlock is monumental, and also the cost of man hours.
Any seconder?
Has a lot of cost implications.
Yes, Mr. President.
And I think that some of the steps that one of the prayers we have put forward, we hope that the federal agencies will move quickly for the evacuation of the petroleum short-term and long-term solution, because the cost on our economy, I'm sure, is enormous. I think the other area also is to look at how we can, as you said, talk about the railway and also the issue of moving of petroleum products. If the pipelines from Mosimi and Co were working, some of these petroleum products does not need to have the tank farms in Apapa. So I think that's an area that also needs to be addressed so that majority of those petroleum products are pushed through the pipelines. And I think that this is a very important area, and I hope when the committees are constituted, the committee responsible will oversee this to see that we get some kind of immediate and long-term solution. I thank you all for your contribution. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the second order of the day is a motion requesting the Senate to resume the screening of persons listed on the order paper as ministers of the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in accordance with Section 147(2) of the 1999 Constitution as amended. The names are as follows. 1. Adewole Isaac Foloronsho. 2. Godfrey Oyema. 3. Honorable Bawa Buhari. 4. Zainab S. Ahmed. 5. Monsur Mohammed Dan Ali. And 6. Pastor Usaini Uguro. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, please recall that the Senate concluded the screening of 24 ministers and nominees, ministerial nominees, for appointment on Thursday, 22nd October 2015. The Senate will now resume the screening of the remaining nominees. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, in order to carry out this exercise and in conformity with our Standing Order 17 floor privileges, I will move two motions as usual. First is that I move that the Senate do resolve into committee of the whole to conduct the confirmation hearings.
Leader.
Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion moved by the leader that the Senate do resolve into the committee of the whole to continue the hearing on the ministerial nominees.
Those in favor that the committee do resolve to committee of the whole to consider to carry on with the confirmation and say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. committee to hereby resolve in committee of the whole.
Secondly, distinguished colleagues, I move
Leader, wait for me too. Yes, Leader. Go ahead.
The Senate is fully set now for
To admit the nominees, the special advisor to the president on Senate matters, and any other interested party. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion that the Senate do admit nominees, special advisor of the president on National Assembly matters, and all relevant people into the Senate chamber say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The Sergeant at Arms will now usher in the special advisor and the first nominee, Adewale Isaac Olonsho.
Distinguished senators, please settle down. Distinguished senators, please settle down.
Distinguished colleagues, we have before the first ministerial nominee for this morning, Adewale Isaac Olonsho Adewale. Ministerial nominee, welcome. We have your CV. We'd like you to spend a few minutes introducing yourself, telling us any areas of your CV you want to emphasize on, or the parts of your CV that are deleted that you want to tell us about. You don't need to talk at full and every part of your CV, we have that. And after you've done that, you'll take a few questions. Over to you.
Your Excellency, the President of Senate, Your Excellency, the Deputy Senate President, Principal Officers of Senate, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Mr. President, may I seek your kind permission to specially acknowledge the three distinguished senators from the state of Osun. My senator,
Those in
distinguished
favor
Senator Babajide
the Senate do
Omowura.
admit nominees. Special
My
advisor.
senior in school, distinguished Senator Professor Olusola Adeyeye. And the first executive governor of our state, distinguished Senator Isiaka Adetunji Adeleke. I am Isaac Folorunsho Adewale, a professor of obstetrics and gynecology and the vice chancellor of the University of Ibadan since 1st December 2010. I'm an indigene of the state of Osun. I feel highly honored to stand before distinguished members of Senate in this hallowed chamber as a ministerial nominee. I wish to appreciate the positive role of Senate in the promotion of good governance and development of our dear nation. I thank the President, Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, for seeking me out as a technocrat and nominating me for confirmation as a minister. I was a National Award Scholar at the University of Ibadan and graduated with Glasgow Alimbi Prize for the best performance in pediatrics. I have been in public service for over 30 years as a doctor, obstetrician gynecologist, public health activist, teacher, head of department, dean, provost, College of Medicine, and the last 5 years, the vice chancellor of Nigeria's premier institution. I was awarded Doctor of Science honoris causa by University of Sutherland for my contribution to preventive medicine and cancer screening. I have served in leadership positions in health and education in Nigeria, the rest of Africa, and the world. I have been largely preoccupied with repositioning of the nation's health and education systems as a platform for human development. Our major concern is the preventable death of numerous women and children in our dear country, Nigeria. Our health indicators are worrisome. Over 40,000 women die during pregnancy and delivery yearly, and we lose some 800,000 children from largely preventable causes every year. We are the largest contributor of HIV in newborn globally. Our foremost reproductive health expert, Professor Ladipo, once asked why we treat our women and children as disposables. Mahmoud Fatala of Egypt said that women and children die because the society is yet to make a conscious decision to save their lives. Mr. President of Senate, principal officers of Senate, distinguished senators, we must take a conscious decision to improve the health status of our women and children, and by extension, our men. Together with colleagues in the health profession, I've dedicated my life to such issues as prevention of maternal mortality, infant mortality, HIV/AIDS, and cancer. In the field of education, as a serving vice chancellor, one cannot but remember the qualifications of a vice chancellor as enunciated by Clark Carr, a former president of an American university. According to him, the qualifications include being a good teacher, fundraiser, manager, diplomat, friends of students, and staff unions, a dedicated faculty, good speaker, lover of travels, good family man, and able to eat at odd times and places. This characterization fits the profile of a magician. Mr. President of Senate, Deputy Senate President, distinguished senators, I have functioned as a magician over the last 5 years. To the glory of God, the University of Ibadan, under my watch, has witnessed a massive transformation. I've always liked to refer to the university as our nation's heritage. We have been able to raise the bar of excellence. We have improved teaching and learning environment, established a research foundation, quality assurance mechanisms, and entrepreneurship programs, all geared towards making graduates who are highly competitive in the labor market and thereby contributing to a reduction of graduate unemployment in our dear country. On the basis of research publications, University of Ibadan was rated #1 by the Journals Consortium in April 2015 and 8th in Africa. The Times Higher Education also rated University of Ibadan as #1 and one of the top 600 to 800 universities in the world. We have enjoyed peace and harmony in the last 5 years, largely as a result of our efforts to understand the needs of different stakeholders within the university community. Your Excellency, the Senate President, Your Excellency, the Deputy Senate President, all principal officers, distinguished senators, if given the opportunity to serve our nation as a minister, I promise to serve with patriotic zeal and commitment, and shall bring my modest wealth of experience to bear in the service of our fatherland. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Many years ago, I left in 1978. At the time, we also and those of us who left the education system many years ago are worried about declining the system. Recently, universities in Africa were rated. It's shocking that Nigeria's universities did not make the first 10. Surprisingly, the University of Ibadan couldn't make it. And would you tell us, frankly, what you believe, if confirmed and deployed to education or just a member of the cabinet, what could be done to upgrade the system, to rejuvenate the university system, and make it a very, very proud institution that Nigerians will say, this is our own. Number two, about 2 years ago, I think 2014, about 15 universities were established in this country in one day. And we are aware that universities have been crying for lack of funds, not just for research, but even for physical development of these institutions. I know this is a policy issue. It may not have anything to do with you. But what would you sincerely recommend to ensure that these universities meet up at least with the expected standards locally, since we cannot even compete continentally? Finally, the issue of courtesan. At the time I was a student, the only thing I knew that was a little bit odd was what? The Pirates Confraternity. But members were equally gifted and were committed to scholarship. Today, what we hear is different. Students who are court members sometimes determine the direction of activities on the campuses. University teachers know them, but they shield them. They shield them because they cannot control them. Mr. Vice Chancellor, Mr. Nominee, tell us sincerely what you think can be done
to root out cultism on our campuses. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Professor, first let me say congratulations. I have two straightforward questions to you. One is that you've been very highly involved in the study of cancer. And there seems to be a growing trend in the incidence of cancer in Nigeria and, of course, in Africa. So what do you think is responsible for this development? And what do you think Nigeria as a government should do to address this challenge? Because it appears that we are spending so much time and energy on AIDS and less on cancer. And it appears to me, too, that we have more prevalence of cancer than AIDS in Nigeria. The second is that there is this view that you are pro-abortion. I would like you to address that issue.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, Prof. Inomini, I'm Senator Alin Dume. My question is straightforward. Prof, you are known to be an activist, to be a union leader. In fact, you led a one-year resident doctors strike that you had to run out of the country one time. Now you're on this side, or you're about to be on the other side. And the problem in the area of medicine and its teaching, the services, the equipment, and the infrastructures available for our doctors to work is still inadequate. Their pay is still poor, relatively. And even recently, the doctors embarked on this strike to press their demands, and sometimes it takes extensive time. Should this happen at your time on the other side, what will you do?
You take these questions first.
Senator George Akume made mention of the declining fall in standard of education. This, to me, is quite an unfortunate thing that we university administrators have to deal with. But the problem is deep-seated. We are dealing with a chronic situation of underfunding persistently over several years. We are dealing with a situation characterized by lack of morale. We are dealing with a situation characterized by the dilapidated infrastructure. For example, Your Excellency, Nigeria is funding education to the tune of 1.7% of the GDP. In a World Bank survey of 41 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, noted that Nigeria had only 3 countries below it. That is South Sudan, Zimbabwe, and Zambia. We need to put money in education. We need to recognize education as a vital tool to promote not only economy, but this nation's development. And that is what we have to do. We also look at the supply system. We have a 6334 system. The 63 is being taken care of by UBEC. We have intervention programs, also TETFON taking care of the universities. But there's nothing taking care of the senior secondary school. That is an orphan. In other words, what the universities are getting are poorly rated products. And we are now being asked to turn them into good products. I quite agree that ranking is good. The ranking parameters are not fair to us. They're looking at Nobel Prize winners. We have only one Nobel Prize winner in Nigeria, shared by even Ibadan and Ife. So ranking is good because it's going to promote competition. It's going to make us wake up and do well. But I must say that there is a ray of hope. Following the prolonged ASUU strike of 6 months, government promised to inject funds into the university system as part of an effort to revitalize the university system. 1.3 trillion naira was voted for this exercise. I must say that the first tranche that should have been released to the universities in 2013 is all we got. And we had only 73 billion. So nothing in 2014, nothing in 2015. We really need to follow through and make sure that the universities are well funded, the staff are well motivated, and I can assure you, being part of this system, that our universities will deliver. You also made mention of courtism. As of the time that you made mention of, we had pirates, we also have the buccaneers. They were more like societies, not really violent in terms of their disposition. But what do we have? In terms of breakdown in social infrastructure, we now have all sorts of people causing problems in university. For us in University of Ibadan, we took this head on. We set up an anti-courtism group. We set up a center for social orientation. Not only that, we started looking at preventive measures. We're using intelligence to even pick them very early, educating parents and students that this does not pay. And I can assure you, Your Excellency and distinguished senators, that for us in Ibadan, it is not an issue. We are also trying to influence what is happening in other universities. And we believe that working together, we can collectively address the issue of courtism. To the question put forward by His Excellency, the Deputy Senate President, cancer is something that we have to deal with. We're talking about the burden of communicable diseases in Nigeria. But we are also looking at another aspect, looking at the demographic transition in this country. We're living longer, we're getting obese, we're exercising less, and cancer is specifically a disease of the old age. Even though we have cancer in young ones, we have cancer in middle age, but more people will get cancer as they grow older. So cancer is something that will occur. And when we looked at this demographic transition and the rising incidence of cancer, it is on the increase for Africa. So this country will be prepared for a potential epidemic in the coming years. What can we do to address the issue of cancer? For us in Nigeria, the major challenge is that people have little understanding of cancer. It is taken almost as a death sentence. They come in very late when we cannot do anything for them. In fact, at the WHO presentation, the only constant feature of cancer in Nigeria and Africa is late presentation, and late presentation. What can we do? Public education, investment in awareness, letting people know that cancer can be prevented. About 40% of cancers can be prevented. About 40% can be detected early. So whether prevented or detected early, we can accurately manage about 80% of our cancers. As to whether I'm pro-abortion, I want to say clearly that I'm pro-life. But I'm concerned about the contribution of abortion to maternal mortality. As an obstetrician gynecologist, it pains me to see a lot of women, young ones, dying from ill-performed abortion. And I believe that we should create a platform to educate them about sexual education, tell them to say no. Those who cannot say no, even in married settings, can use family planning when they don't want to have babies. These are some of the issues. And when they've committed this offense, I'm one of those who believe that we should not throw them away. We need to treat them, save their lives, in order that they will sin no more. With regards to being an activist, I still remain one. The only thing that has changed is maturity. When I led the strike in 1985, I was much younger, and idealist, I wanted the best for this country. And I was part of it that declared a nationwide strike. I also did not run away. I flew out of the country. What do we have today? I must regrettably say that not much has changed. But we can do better, we can work together, and there is a ray of hope in the horizon. I think what we have is a disconnect between primary care, which is the foundation, as put forward in 1988 by Ramson Kuti. Thereafter, we invested in tertiary education, tertiary health. But what we've not done as a nation is to constantly and in a sustainable manner support our system. We cannot just put money there today and go to sleep. It must be continuous, and we must sustain the health system. We need to look at interprofessional rivalry. We need to boost the morale of our people. We need to let them know that health is crucial and that we hold this society a lot. If we can do this, things will come back to normal.
Senator Drew.
To Ebola virus, but that was relaxed as soon as the case subsided. Stories are making the round of isolated cases of resurgence of the virus in some parts of the country. What will you do to inculcate the culture of personal hygiene and the other preventive measures towards achieving a healthy nation if you are confirmed? Thank you.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Senator Mao Huabunwa, Prof, congratulations. Looking through your CV, from the medical point of view, there are 3 areas. I can find out that you're a specialist in O&G, you're also a public health specialist, and a fellow of medical oncology. In the area of oncology, the Deputy Senate President had gone ahead of me, but I want to observe that there are few practicing medical oncologists in Nigeria today. What can you do to assist and to increase the interest of medical students to specialize in the area of oncology? And to add more, I'm sponsoring a bill on cancer center and cancer. I'm sponsoring a bill on cancer, establishment of cancer center and institute. Will you, as a minister, either of health or whatever, support the establishment of cancer centers in Nigeria? 2, as a public health specialist, in the world today, medical attention is moving to community medicine, that is preventive medicine. What measure, what strategic measure will you put in place to ensure that Nigeria will be a disease-free nation in few years to come, judging from what you've said as regards hygiene and all that? And finally, as a specialist in O&G, the high rate of the incidence of maternal and child mortality is growing very high. As an O&G specialist and who've been in this practice, what measures will you put in place to ensure that this high incidence of maternal and child rate mortality is checked? Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Distinguished colleagues, I can see that there's a lot of interest by our colleagues to engage and ask questions. So I will seek that we all be patient, and we intend to take as many questions so that those who have requested can be, not that halfway down we begin to not pay their attention. Let's give respect to our colleagues. Try and take as many people as possible. Senator Kurufi.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, sir. My distinguished colleagues, my name is Umar Kulbi, Senator Umar Kulbi, representing the good people of Katsina Central. My professor, as a medical professor, I want to go straight to the question. What strategies will you adapt to reduce or stop the frequency of international trips for medical services by Nigerians overseas? That is one. My second question is the establishment of private clinics, hospitals, and sales of fake drugs, which has suffered a lot of regulation to a large number of people. Now, what mechanism will you use to reduce this challenge? I so submit.
Senator Boniface.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me congratulate the nominee for being nominated by Mr. President. Actually, the problem you have is that when you are called late, most of your questions have been asked, but I've still taken an attempt. You said you are pro-life and not pro-abortion. Now, taking into consideration that many abortuses, or rather many conceptions arise from congenital malformations as a result of chromosomal aberrations. And when these individuals come into life, they become a burden on the society, like Down syndrome, Klinefelter syndrome, Turner syndrome. Now, with this in mind, and also the fact that some of the abortions that take place in cubicles and kiosks by quack doctors, and thereby endangering the life of the women involved. With this, will you consider your position as a pro-life individual? Secondly, the medical services are rendered by complementarity of professionals. The medical doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and medical laboratory technologists. Often, these people do not work together. There is rivalry on the basis of supremacy. And this is what leads into in many cases to strikes and industrial actions in our hospitals. How will you ensure that there is harmony among the different professionals, that are health providers in the country? Third one, the issue of cancer has been raised, and you know that it's something that concerns every Nigerian. And you also said that the education level of awareness is very low, and I agree with you. We must raise the level of public health education to conscientize and also raise the level of awareness of Nigerians about many of this. Yes, question, sir. I'm asking the question. What will you do to raise the level of public health awareness in areas of cancer, areas of diabetes, and many other diseases that are now, very, very prevalent in this country, like prostate cancer? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to start from the rear. I'm also quite impressed that distinguished Senator Boroface is worried about prostate cancer. It's one of the leading cancers among men, and it's something that can be prevented, can be detected early. What we really need to do is to recognize public health education in cancer as a collective job. No one can do it alone. And therefore, all of us must put a little bit of public health education in everything that we do. One will be fascinated to visit some of the multinational companies. Whatever program they want to do, they take security issue first. They address you about escape route, about what to do when there is an alarm, and so on and so forth. So also must we do in trying to educate everybody about cancer, what we can do, early signs for cancer, and how to live a healthy life. With respect to harmony in the health sector, it is of concern to me because in the last couple of years, we've had a significant deterioration in the level of industrial harmony within the health sector. There has been constant fight over who the leader of the team is, and to me this is worrisome. I'm one of those who believe that leadership cannot be stolen, it cannot be grabbed, it is considered on someone. And what we should do is do it right, do it well. Someone said, leadership will get things done. And when someone says, where is the leader? Everybody will say, this is a leader. And when people acknowledge you as the leader, I think the storm will really die. What we need to do is to educate everybody that the most important person is the Nigerian citizen, either as a healthy person or as a sick person. And when we all recognize that without that person, there will be no healthcare system, we will have nothing to do, we'll be jobless, then we will reattune ourselves to taking care of the interests of this Nigerian. What we also need is to recognize that no single person can do it alone. Even the record keeper in the health system is as important as the super specialist doctor within this system. You made mention of the issue of being pro-life, pro-abortion. My disposition is that I will do anything to prevent a Nigerian from dying, from either abortion or the complication of abortion. This is my philosophy. And what we need to do is that you made mention of congenital malformation. About 40 to 50% of abortions, spontaneous abortions, occur because the pregnancy is deformed. God has a way of purging the bad ones, and we cannot keep it. And to me, this is important. But when we need to look at it, my attitude is that we cannot be an ostrich. We need to provide a platform. On one end of the spectrum of that platform will be people who say no to everything. Still on that platform will be someone who will say, I will take to family plan. Someone will say, we must look into post-abortion care. So all of them will offer. Others will say, I will support adoption. But what you cannot afford to run away from is to say, I belong to none of the strategies. We must take a position, but central to this position is that the life of the Nigerian girl or woman is important. It is not disposable. With respect to medical tourism by distinguished Senator Kofi, you made mention of tourism. It is an unfortunate consequence of the present state of affairs. And it's been estimated that we lose between 1 and 3 billion naira every year. And the most important destination is India. And I'm able to say that we have competent Nigerians who can do this job. What we need is a well-updated, well-upgraded, well-functional healthcare system. Well-equipped with robust infrastructure. When that happens, we will reduce tourism because it is cheaper to do it at home. It is also promoting to stay with your people. Rather than go to India and so on and waste time and be treated in an unfriendly environment, I would rather support that we develop the infrastructure at home. And one of the things we should do is to upgrade our healthcare facilities. We might do one center per geographical zone over the next 1 or 2 years, but we must have a center. And there are Nigerians who can do it. There's a critical center in Northeast England manned by Nigeria, doing well. So what I'm saying is that if we put in place the right structure, Nigerians will get the job done. With respect to private clinics, we need private clinics. About 60% of Nigerians go to private clinics. But what we need is to regulate standards and ensure that private clinics function well. Private clinics, in fact, put in place the right measures and give our people the type of health care that they deserve. With respect to the problem of maternal and child mortality, I want to say clearly that we've recorded some success. Between 2003 and 2013, we've had a near 50% reduction in maternal mortality and under 5 mortality. We've had a reduction from 201 per 1,000 to 128. Our maternal mortality has remained constant at 576 over the last 6 years. And I think this is the worrisome aspect. We can do more. We can bring it down to about 35 per 1,000. We can largely reduce or eliminate all preventable causes of infant mortality. And we can reduce maternal mortality to an acceptable level if we all agree to take a decision to make this happen. With respect to having a disease-free nation, this is a goal. And every nation must aspire to have a disease-free nation. To the question by distinguished Senator Mao, will I work with you to set up a cancer center? I'm for it. I've functioned at a continental level. I've visited many of the centers of excellence all over. We do not have a single one in this country. There's a beautiful one in Zambia. There's one in Mauritania. There's one in Uganda. This country deserves not to have just one, but many. With a population of 170 million people, we can do more with a lot of these centers of excellence. And I will gladly work with you to set up one. With regards to Ebola, I must say that Ebola is hemorrhagic fever, viral infection. Not every case that looks like it is Ebola. And we had a scare about some isolated cases, they turned out not to be Ebola. This country did so well because, one, we had good leadership. We put in money there, and we had a well-coordinated approach, and we show commitment. If we apply that to any other outbreak, we shall succeed. I want to say that as a nation, we should not relax. The fact that we managed to contain it, even though the international community took a few weeks to accept that we did it, doesn't really matter, but we can get it done.
Mr. Nominee, I just have two questions, or three. Now, in your submissions, when you're talking, you mentioned about experts in medicine in most countries. Here in Nigeria, every year we turn out medical doctors and we have well-qualified nurses. But you discover that today, in America, in London, and other countries, major experts in those hospitals, like Johns Hopkins, like Johns Hopkins, are Nigerians. What do you think is responsible for this brain drain of our medical experts where we can? Two, is that the primary health care is mainly meant for the rural dwellers. Do you think it is proper and right for a state government to privatize primary health care? Thank you very much.
Deputy Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My name is Senator Naala, KB South. My question is, we have two situations in this country that looks unique. And I'm saying, assuming that you are made the Minister for Health, what you think can be done to remove this uniqueness? That is, interprofessional rivalry in the health sector is unique to Nigeria. Why so? And what do you think it can be done? What do you think can be done to take care of that? We have situations where, in this country, the only emergency is accident that involves maybe somebody being brought by ambulance. So even where people with genuine emergency issues are in the hospital, they are asked to join queue just like any other person, and in the process, we have had reports that people die joining queue to see doctors. What do you think can be done to reverse this situation? And the last is the issue of domiciling the pharmacy with the hospitals, so as to prevent the issue of people seeing doctors, getting prescriptions, and instead of getting well, they fall into the hands of quack pharmacy people, and then they take fake drugs, and they are unable to survive for minor ailments. These are the issues that I want you to look.
Senator Polka.
Mr. Nominee, Senator Polka Emmanuel is my name, Bayelsa Central. The universities are known to be centers of excellence. And as such, research works of the universities are meant to influence the industries and the standard of living generally of people within the country. Having stayed in the universities for so long, are you satisfied with the result of research in the university vis-a-vis what the results of this research could have impacted on the living standard of the people? Thank you.
Senator Dr. Tejuosho.
Thank you, Mr. President. distinguished colleagues. My name is Dr. Larry Tejuosho, representing Ogun Central, Ogun State. Mr. Ministerial nominee, my colleague just mentioned about brain drain for medical doctors. Just last week, there was an advertisement by one of the countries in Europe relaxing their visa processes for nurses because they want more nurses from Africa, Nigeria in particular, to come and boost their medical institution over there. We have been battling with the brain drain for medical doctors. Now, I'm sure the nurses now will take advantage of this advertisement. What will be your contribution to attract our nurses to stay back in Nigeria? That's question one. Number two, I realize that you did a bit of data services in your write-ups, and I know that the rural populace, our medical doctors, they shy away from practicing in the rural communities. What, in your opinion, can attract our medical doctors to prefer working in the rural areas instead of the urban areas? Lastly, what is your opinion on improving technology and telecommunications? As most of our medical doctors, majority of them are not too computer literate, which is very key in this day and age to ensure that we have more services to Nigerians through technology. Thank you very much.
Two of the questions are actually related by distinguished Senator Anyanwu and Senator Tejuosho, all related to brain drain. And I want to seek your kind permission to take them together. I think the issue of brain drain is complex and is a universal entity. It is not peculiar to Nigeria. But what we have failed to do as a nation is to tap on the potential gains of brain drain. In fact, in some circles internationally, we no longer talk about brain drain, we also talk about brain circulation. In other words, some of those Nigerians there, we can bring them back. As a Vice Chancellor, I've encouraged Nigerians, particularly our products, to come home and work with us. To me, this would then become real brain gain rather than brain drain. But why do people move? Movement is natural. Every human being will seek for greener pasture. What we can do is to increase and improve on the pull. That is what we call the push and the pull. When we improve on the pull, then we can attract some of them back. We need to improve on the environment. I must say with due respect that during my national service, I was posted to a local government. And when I got there, there was even nowhere for me to sleep. I entered the facility, there was nothing there. And so for a doctor to stay in that environment, we must provide living conditions. We must make sure that the air system is functional, something to work with. And when those things are there, many people want to work in those places because it is conducive, it is healthier, and I believe that from my experience, the local people will even appreciate you better than the people in town. With respect to privatization of primary care, to me, it is a strange phenomenon. I would not want to support privatization of primary care. And I think the passage of the National Health Act will, if well implemented, devoting 1% of the CRF to primary care, to me, will be the way to go. If it is well funded, we will not need to privatize. But we need to build an incentive system into the healthcare system. And this is happening in some states. I know it's happening in Kwara, in Ondo, in some Adamawa, where they are trying to give incentives. They are performance-based. When you do well as a health system, then we give you more support. This, to me, will be better than wholesale privatization of the health system. Distinguished Senator Nala asked about interprofessional rivalry. With respect to interprofessional rivalry, I made mention of this earlier on. What we have is a situation where everybody is challenging the other person. The pharmacist is challenging the doctor, the nurse is challenging the doctor, the health technologist is challenging the doctor. But my attitude would be to say, look, we need the stakeholders' engagement. We need to let them recognize that neither the doctor, the pharmacist, the nurse, the technologist is more important than the patient. And when we put the patient first, then the interprofessional rivalry will go down. I will also advocate for collective bargaining when we are fighting for salary increases. There is no point dealing with doctors today leaving out the nurses. We need to bring them together. When you are negotiating for wage wage increase, let all sit down and do it collectively. With respect to domiciling pharmacists in hospitals, if you call it a hospital, there must be a pharmacist. What we have is the out-of-stock syndrome. We have pharmacists without drugs, and when they do not have drugs, it is inevitable that patients will move to town and they could then buy fake drugs. With respect to accident, I think what really creates emergency, I do tell people, is blood and fainting attack. We do not take things serious except we see blood. Even if it is not serious, the average Nigerian will panic when there is blood. And I want to say that this is part of what we are training, that the doctor, the nurse must show compassion. We must pay attention. It is not even the drug that will make the patient well. It is the attitude and our disposition to attending to them. Senator Parker asked about universities being centers of excellence and whether we are really engaging the industries. Yes, the universities are centers of excellence, and they are supposed to generate knowledge to drive the economy. But what we do not have, in a way that we will all be proud, is a robust industry-academia collaboration. The industry has not sufficiently engaged us, and we have not engaged them. And the way to go as a country, in order to develop a good skill-building system that will provide a competitive workforce, is to partner with the industry, revise the curriculum, and engage them. When we do this, things will take a turn for the better. But for now, we are not really collaborating. And quite a lot of the research that we do has not really been that of benefit to the industry. With respect to data, we respect data. We cannot do anything without data. And so we need to revamp the data collecting system right from primary care and make sure that it flows well from local government to state to national, and that we should have a national health information management system where we can plan accurately. Most of the data we have today are approximates. Someone sits and look at the data in either Ghana and say, oh, Ghana is close to Nigeria. If Ghana has XYZ, Nigeria will probably have XYZ plus F factor. But we need a robust health management information system. And I believe that no doctor should leave medical school without being IT compliant. And even our students now, once they come in, they get computers and so on. Lectures are delivered IT. In my department, all the lectures are there online and they can access it. So things are changing. And we are now producing IT-savvy products.
Senator Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. President, sitting in chair. I am Kabir Ugaya, representing the good people of Kano South. The ministerial nominee, my colleagues have asked you so many questions to do with their, being that you are a doctor. I have one disturbing issue which I need your suggestions or advice. As a doctor, I'm very much familiar that doctors in government hospitals, after operating number of hours in the hospital, they go to the private clinics and operate 18 hours in a day. Then the following morning when they come back to work, they may not have the strength and the energy and the ability to perform better. And I believe that maximum hours of good production or productivity is not more than 8 hours. So do you think it's ethical for doctors to work in the government organizations or government hospitals and receive salary, and then also go back to the private clinics and operate extra hours. That's number one. Number two, I believe you are an APC member and a card-carrying member of APC. As an advisor, somebody who will give advice to Mr. President, you knew that the teaming youth in Nigeria have assisted to this change. And the change is positive. We are seeing it positively. Now, these teaming youth, which about 30, 40 million Nigerians are unemployed, what would you advise Mr. President on immediate solution to take care of these unemployed teaming youth in Nigeria? Thank you.
Senator Ujimi.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Mr. Nominee, I'm sure you are aware that the National Hospital has all the facilities, top-class facilities. There is the trauma center. There is everything you will want, a serene environment and equipment. However, man and machine has not been able to work together to give us the results we require. Will you be a party to an arrangement whereby we can take a consortium of doctors to come in and handle such important facilities so that we can get value from our hospitals? Number one. Two, in 1988, my mother had cancer of the cervix. She was operated upon at the UCH and treated. She's alive today. And that is the only good story we've been able to take out of the place. A few years later, the President Obasanjo made the UCH a center of excellence with other university teaching hospitals in Nigeria and brought in the VAMED arrangement. Today, no good story is coming out of there. All the other university hospitals are not doing well. What went wrong? And what do you think we can do to ensure that going forward, we have a better system in place? Again, the last question. When you were a doctor, going into housemanship was a given. You didn't have to lobby. Today, you must lobby. You must pay some back fines. You must do several things for you to get enrolled as a houseman. How did we get there? And what can we do going forward to ensure that our children who have gone to school are able to get their certificates and be better medical doctors? Thank you.
Senator Rozoku.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Nominee, as a sitting Vice Chancellor of a Nigerian university, you must be pained by the incessant strikes of both academic staff union and non-academic staff unions. Some of these issues range from non-payment of end allowances to funding of universities and infrastructure. It is believed that issues like end allowances should somewhat be taken care of by the universities. Now, going forward, what would you do, or what do you think should be done to stem the case, the incidence of strikes by academic unions and non-academic unions in Nigerian universities? Secondly, a couple of years ago, we were embarrassed because some students went on strike at the University of Abuja over the non-accreditation of very critical programs in that university. Students were allowed to run a full course for the full years, and yet their programs had not been accredited. We are aware that there must be some other universities in the country that have similar programs, maybe to a lesser extent, or maybe to a greater extent. But the Abuja case was peculiar because the regulatory authority, the NUC, was here, the ministry was here. Going forward, Mr. Nominee, what do you think should be done to ensure that we don't put students to run 5 years in the university and yet their programs are not accredited? Is there a problem with accreditation of programs in the university? Is the accreditation process too cumbersome? Or what is the problem that students will do this and yet not be able to graduate? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished honorable colleague. I remain sincerely yours, Senator Solomon Olamilekan Adeola, representing the biggest senatorial district in Nigeria in terms of population. I'm from Lagos West. Yes, let me equally start by congratulating Professor, at least to have been one of the ministerial nominee of the President. Yes, Prof, you stand before us here today wearing two caps. One as a professional and two as an academician. As a professional, I will go into your area of specialization, which is the health sector. You have mentioned the various challenges confronting one health department or the other. You have talked about lack of cancer center. You've talked about primary health care. You've talked about the whole lot. I put it to you. Will you agree or support that there is need for total overhauling of the Nigerian health system or health institution? Vis-a-vis one, the human capital development. Two, finances. And three, infrastructure. Secondly, you will quite agree with me that there is one particular scheme, if eventually you are made the Honorable Minister for Health, that an average Nigerian is looking forward, that it should be working so that to take care of our health challenges, which is the National Health Insurance Scheme, the NHIS. As we currently have it, we have a scheme where we have several billions of naira, but it's not functioning. What these funds are used for is to give to banks to meet their targets, and banks making profits out of funds that will have been judiciously applied for the benefit of all Nigerians. I put it to you, as a sitting Minister of Health, if peradventure you find yourself in that office, how will you put this scheme to work for the benefit of Nigerians? Now, as an academician, you have said a whole lot about the challenges we have in the area of brain drain. And you quite agree with me that a university certificate of an average Nigerian, either as a BS or a master's, does not mean anything to any organization operating in Nigeria. Rather, they prefer to hire their workforce from abroad, even from the least university over there. If peradventure you find yourself as the educational minister of this country, what policy will you be looking at in trying to combat these particular challenges, in making our university system and also our certificates to be better than what we currently have? And lastly, you've talked about financing in the institution, in the federal institution, and you even requested that there is need for us to put more money into the educational system. But judging by even the university which you are operating for as a vice chancellor, you are a self-financing institution. Money are generated internally by your institution, running to several billions of naira. And even at that, the federal government, still within the national budget, accommodates your salaries and also your infrastructure. These funds generated by this institution, what are they used for? And how judicious have they been applied? Thank you.
I must admit that wherever I'm posted to, I already have an advocate in the person of distinguished Senator Adeola. He will make the case even more fervently than any minister. With due respect, sir, I'm quite aware of where you came from in terms of the public account. And I must admit that the funding system in the universities is uneven, it is unprogressive, and it is anti-development. What government does is to pay salaries, and salaries alone will not make the required impact. I've been fortunate to chair a university for 5 years. We spend between 30 to 40 million for electricity. The total overhead to University of Ibadan is between 6 and 11 million. Not to talk of waterworks, buying water chemicals, changing this, changing that. So in terms of the funding dynamics, things must change. And that's why I'm happy with the new zero budget system that will take into consideration your need. What we have currently is an envelope system. You are given an envelope, and that envelope has nothing to do with your need and with your desire. And I'm sure things will change. With respect to the infrastructure, you're also aware, sir, that there's a difference between allocation and release. For several years, the largest that we got was about 30% in terms of what is released. And we cannot really plan. We have in many of our universities 2012, 2013 projects yet to be completed. Because when you budgeted, we'll give you 400 million for the university, which really will not do much. But then you have only 100 million released, so you're in trouble. TED Fund is our savior. And I must pay respect to those who established TED Fund. Without TED Fund, the entire university system will have collapsed. What we need is a sustained mechanism for funding the university, not intervention. The functionality. As a teacher, a vice chancellor, I tell my students that the certificate is a visa. It will not get you anywhere without a flight ticket. So you need a combination of the visa and the flight ticket, which is your skill. Even if you are engaged with your certificate, if you have no skill, you are not going to last. I quite agree with you that quite a lot of our people have no jobs. I think one of the distinguished senators, that must be distinguished Senator Gaya, made mention of about 30 to 40 million youths without jobs. Interestingly, a job survey also released by World Bank stated that over the next 20 years, Nigerians will be in need of 40 million workers, but skilled workers. So in other words, what we need to do is to attune those we have with the skill set that is available in the industry. We must balance the demand with the production. And we need to look at the skill building system. And that is deficient. What we have today is nobody wants to read education. Nobody wants to read agriculture. And yet we must feed and we need teachers. It's estimated that Nigeria has a critical need of about 1.3 million teachers. And yet people say we have no job. I think what is happening is that quite a number of people are selective. We want to stay in cities, we are looking for jobs in the banks and so on and so forth, but there are jobs in other places. But we can also retrain. We can train people both informally and formally to fit into the demands of the industry, and this we should do. With respect to funding of the healthcare system, currently the NHI system is a good scheme. It has the potential to provide the needed resources for the healthcare system. But what do we have also? Only about 3% of Nigerians are currently engaged in the NHIS. So we need more people to enroll in the NHIS system. We need more oversight. We need more transparency. We need more cost effectiveness in the system. And we need to get value for money. If we can do this, the money locked up in the scheme will be made available for Nigerians. There's quite a lot of resources locked up somewhere. Within the UBEC, there's about 50 billion locked up yet to be released. Within the maternal and child health system, quite about 100 billion naira waited to be used for maternal and child health projects. So we have funds locked up here and there, which, if I'm confirmed, I will ensure that we release in the first 3 months. In terms of the accreditation process, I must say, with due respect, that as a vice chancellor, you cannot sit over an enterprise and you allow students to move from 100 level to 500 level without accreditation. It's unheard of. I want to be polite to my colleagues. I think this is unacceptable. The accreditation system is known to all of us. So what we need to do is attune ourselves to the accreditation system, make sure we do not admit students to programs that are not accredited. Because they know full well that NUC would not accept you into a program that is unaccredited. With respect to the question by distinguished Senator Rozok, who happened to be in the Senate Committee on Education, I've met her before. House Committee on Education. I've met her before. I think the challenge, when the negotiation was done, we were not brought into the picture. Government sat down, met with the unions, and reached an understanding. Oh, we'll pay you this, we'll pay you that. We disagree with some of these recommendations. But as leaders, we could do nothing. Government then turned around and said, Vice Chancellors, go and pay the money. And we said, where are we going to get it? So what I want to see is a situation where we are carried on board, we are party to the negotiation, and everything that is agreed to is collectively understood. Doctors for horsemanship, what we need is a connection between the training institution, the colleges of medicine, and the teaching hospitals. Over the last 5 years, there's been an attempt by the Medical and Dental Council to sanitize the system. Some universities, I don't want to mention their names, had quotas of 50-40, and they had 200, 150 in the medical school. That is unacceptable. What Medical and Dental Council then did was to give a deadline and say 5 years, we will only give you the number of licenses that you are expected to train. So even if you have 200 students in your medical school and your license is for 50, we'll give you 50 licenses and you can go and sort it out. And I think some sanity is coming to the system. So we need to make sure that health and education talk to one another. When that happens, the placement will be automatic as it happened during our own time.
I think I'll just take a question from 15 distinguished senators. But as this Senate is always defined to some of us, allow the minority leader, I think he might have some question.
Mr. Chairman and my colleagues, thank you. I first have to commend you for your patience because we have a very good product here. And no, I said we have a good product here, even though he was a returning officer for APC in Lagos. So I'm not going to. I won't go outside your professional competence to ask you on APC information, and I wouldn't go into that. So what happened in Lagos? But let me put the question. The first thing, the question I would like to ask you is, assuming you were sent to the Ministry of Health, one of the things that worried me as a governor was the issue of delivering children in churches instead of hospitals. So you see people, women who have obstructive labor, and they take them to churches and the church and prayer houses, and they will tell them, confess your sins. This child does not belong to your husband. And the woman will bleed to death. I'm talking about practical cases. What will you do if you were to be the Minister of Health to stop this kind of practice, at least to sensitize Nigerians? That's one. The second one is somebody has asked you about brain drain. But my own question will have to do with student drain. Today, many students are leaving Nigeria to Ghana. We have thousands of children who are passing through a lot of abuses in Ghana. You will see a one-story building at a university in Ghana. If you have three structures, 3 stories, the 3 stories contain 3 universities. They've opened all sorts of mushroom universities for Nigerian children. And on a daily basis, Nigerians are rushing to Ghana. What will you do? First, I must mention one of the reasons. Less than 20% of Nigerian children who seek admission through JAMB get admission every year. So 75% of them go home without admission. So they have no option. So they rush to Ghana, they are extorted, exorbitant fees, and they are in Muslim university, sometimes with 5 lecturers. And it is a university with all sorts of courses. You are going to have a problem in future where you have people with degrees in their hands coming back and they are unemployable because of the kind of situation we have found ourselves. If you were to be the minister in charge of maybe education or health, what will you do? What will you advise the federal government to stop this student drain to Ghana and reverse the trend? Let Ghanaians come to Nigeria, to school, instead of thousands of Nigerians going there to spend money. Another one question I would have loved to ask you would have had something to do with my state. The federal government gave us a permission to build what they call MRO, Maintenance, Repair and Overhaul Facility, because of the number of crashes of aircrafts in Nigeria. And they said it was going to be a national hangar. That was when Minister Yuguda was in charge. As a governor, I put in billions of the state funds and completed the MRO. It has been abandoned. The federal government changed the policy, and so that place is no longer in use. As I speak today, we have a 5-story structure that can accommodate 1,000 patients. And as a medical doctor, you know the equipment we have there is we have equipment well over 9 billion. The CT scan in Uyo today is 640 slides. The first installed in the Middle East and Africa. The one in Cromwell Hospital is 64 slides. What will you do if you are a Minister of Health to encourage and put that kind of facility to use so that we can stop the idea of capital flight to India? Because we have made a robust plan to make sure we have a mix of both Nigerians and foreigners to run that place, not as a civil service center, but as a center of excellence, as a quaternary institution. I asked, what will they do to support it? I know APC does not build such things. I'm talking about, so finally, sir, I want to congratulate Nigeria. Yesterday, the country was declared polio-free. Yes, not completely, but it's an improvement. And I know that under the administration of PDP, we were declared.
I think I've put the question. Put the question. You have the opportunity to tell us more about that later.
Professor, the last question I would like to ask is, considering your experience in the cancer area, particularly cervical cancer, I understand that it is also preventable. What policy will you put nationally to assist Nigerians? What do we do to educate our people to ensure that we bring in enough vaccines and then stop this thing early to save the lives of Nigerians? And congratulations for the services to your nation. Because one area that I did not want to ask because of the president is the area of sorting. As a vice chancellor, Nigerians are no longer able to get out of universities today unless they sort.
I don't want to ask that question because I would have asked you that when you were Vice Chancellor, how were you able to stop your lecturers from asking students to sort? Because many female students do not even go to the classes because they know that they are going to sort out, and when they finish sorting, they will pass. And then if you are given the opportunity to run, in fact, to be in the Federal Executive Council, how would you advise Nigeria to stop this issue of national sorting? And then the issue of marks, sex for marks in various universities, very prevalent, which is the reason why most of the senators you see here, their female children are not in Nigeria, because they don't want to go there and then they exchange sex for marks. Congratulations.
Okay, sir. Let me start by congratulating distinguished Senator Akpabio for being healthy and alive after the accident. And one of the things I will do, Your Excellency, is to make sure that you are treated in Nigeria. With respect to delivery in churches, quite a number of things are fundamentally wrong. The psyche of our people, our cultural beliefs, and the realization that delivery is not just an ordinary event. The Yorubas will greet you and say, congratulations, haven't survived a major challenge. And it's like ekwewu. So normal delivery is a retrospective diagnosis. And we have people who believe that there are some other forces really standing in the way. So this will take them to churches. The second factor is that the churches charge little or nothing. I know some health institutions that charge as much as 20,000, 30,000 for normal delivery. In the churches, 300 naira, 500 naira, they're free. But what we need to do, we cannot really outlaw them overnight. We need to partner with the churches. We need to improve on their services. We need to increase their ability to recognize what is normal and what is abnormal. And we need to improve the referral system. When we are able to do this, a lot of them. I'm also of the opinion that we need to train more midwives. What is important is the number of people who deliver without supervision. Between 40 and 60% of Nigerians deliver without supervision. That has implications for their brain, because when they had trauma during delivery, they are coming out as substandard human beings. So we need to make sure that our children come out well, so that we will have good leaders in future. With respect to the brain drain, particularly with respect to students, the challenge is the bottleneck. There is a dropout from 22.9 million in primary school, 9.1 million in secondary school, and 1.7 million entering the university. And of this 1.7 million, we only have space for about 700,000. So in other words, we have a bottleneck. What should we do? I believe that I'm in support of more universities, but we should do it in a phased manner. We cannot establish universities without the human resource to manage them. Universities are not like secondary school. It takes years to develop the human capital to manage them. Secondly, we need to open up the space, more into distance learning, more into the open universities, so that more Nigerians can access. And then we need to expand technical and vocational education. The future of this country rests squarely on the availability of skilled human resource. No country has ever moved forward without adequate and well-trained human resource. We need to do this in the education sector. With respect to your MRO unit, if I'm posted to health, I will visit your center within my first 3 months to make sure that that type of facility does not rot away. With regards to the national policy on cervical cancer, we have one, which I will revise if I'm posted to health. I chaired the National Working Committee that developed the first cervical cancer plan in this country. It's a disease that is likely preventable. We now know the cause. It is caused by a virus. We now have vaccines that will prevent this. Even where the early stages are already in place, we can screen and detect these early stages and treat them. In many of the countries, they will never see a case of cervical cancer because it is likely preventable. And we should move in that direction. This country can do so.
Thank you very much. question.
Thank you, sir.
Distinguished colleague, as I said earlier on, the nominee has
Taking about questions from about 16 colleagues and being here for over an hour, 50 minutes. Is it the wish of our colleagues that the nominee takes his leave? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Nominee. Come and take your leave.
Quite a day for Professor Isaac Adewale, a medical doctor and an academic. Professor Isaac Adewale, a former Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, has taken questions from 16 senators and been the first to be conceded today by the Senate of the Federal Republic. He has indeed spoken on varied issues: education, medicine, cancer, and several others. Professor Adewale is a former Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan and has over 3 decades of experience as a physician with 23 active years as a clinical teacher at the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. He served in administrative position for over 10 years as head of department, dean of faculty, and provost of the College of Medicine. He is the co-principal investigator of an international study on the fertility intentions of HIV-infected persons, funded. The professor is also the president of the African Organization for Research and Training in Cancer, with primary duty in the fashioning out of strategic plan for the organization and development of capacity of African physicians and nurses to manage, treat, and prevent cancer. The next ministerial nominee is Judge Geoffrey Onyema from Enugu State. Geoffrey Onyema is a lawyer. Oh, he is not Geoffrey Onyema, but Abubakar Bawa Bari from Niger State. Abubakar Bawa Bari is a former member of the House of Representatives and Chief Whip of the lower house, that is House of Representatives. He was governorship candidate of the defunct Action Congress of Nigeria in Niger State in 2011. He was born in 1963 and had his primary education in Sokoto and Minna before proceeding to Government Secondary School, Suleja. He holds a bachelor's degree in geography and a master's degree in urban and regional planning. Abubakar Bawa Bari is ministerial nominee for Niger State. He replaced former Niger State Deputy Governor Ahmed Musa Ibeto, who was dropped by President Muhammadu Buhari. Abubakar Bawa Bari has had a large delegation from 7 and former members of the House of Representatives who are here in solidarity with him in the Senate chambers.
As we welcome the honorable members of the Green Chambers.
Distinguished senators, please take your seats.
Yes, yes, yes.
Who is it? Distinguished Senator Aliyu Sabi, please allow the Senate President to preside.
Look at you, look at you.
Thank you, Chief Whip of the Senate. Distinguished colleagues, the second ministerial nominee we have before us is Honorable Bao Buhari Abubakar, a former member of the House of Rep and also Chief Whip of the House of Rep. And as it appears that the Senate is getting more and more populated with members coming from the House of Rep, I'm sure most of you do know the ministerial nominee. Mr. Mayor, you are welcome. We all have your CV, and as I said, I'm sure majority of the members, distinguished senators, have had the opportunity to work with you. If you just spend a few minutes telling us about yourself, for those who are not in the House, who are either former governors that are here, or those who have been in the Senate for many, many terms, to a bit about yourself and anything else you want to emphasize. Thank you, Honorable Member.
The President of the Senate, the Deputy Senate President, principal officers, distinguished senators, with special reference to the three senators representing Niger State, Senator David Umar, Senator Aliyu Sabi, Senator Mustafa Sani. I am delighted, I'm very humbled to be chosen among 170 million Nigerians to face you this afternoon for screening. As I look up from here, I see familiar faces, faces of members that we've served in the House of Representatives together. It brings back memories of our work and time together. I remember the experiences we had. I remember the problems we encountered. I remember the friendship, brotherhood, and solidarity we built. And on a lighter note, I remember how I used to whip some of you. Distinguished senators, the passion and the desire to serve has long been with me as much as I can remember. To understand this point, I have to take you back when I was a young boy, growing up in Sokoto, the then capital of defunct Northwestern State. Every morning at school, we were made to sing the old national anthem. One particular line attracted me at that time, and the line goes, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. At that age, what troubled my mind, the question that troubled my mind at that time was, how does one serve his country? The wordings were clear, but how does one match the wordings with action? The nearest answer I got at that time was when I listened to football commentaries by the likes of Enes Okonkwo, Sebastian Okoro, Ishola Folorensho, Tolu Fatoyinbo, rolling out names of our heroes at that time, who were sweating it out in the green-white jerseys of Nigeria in the service to their fatherland. From Enugu, we had names like Emmanuel Okala, Christian Chukwu, Christian Madu, Christian Wokocha, Emeka Oyedika alias 404, Dominic Wobodo, Dominic Izani, Louis Guilo, of course, Adokia, Justice Adokia Ameshmeka. From the ancient city of Ibadan, we had the likes of Beso Gedegbe, Sam Ojobote, Slow Poison Idowu Otubosi, Moses Otolani, Felix Owolabi, Mudashiru Babatunde Lawal, and of course, mathematical Odegbami. At that time, these were our heroes. They were our role model. We wanted to be like them. We wanted to serve the country like them. In faraway Sokoto, we adopted their names. We were fighting over who will be Quicksilver Sylvanus Okala, who will be Okala, who will be this, who will be that. Yours sincerely also was not left out. I adopted the name Golden Boy Kenneth Abana. But I've since discovered that you don't need to wear a jersey to serve your country. The first opportunity for me to really serve came in 1999 when I was elected into the House of Representatives, where I served as Chief Whip for 8 years, becoming the longest serving principal officer at that time. I served with every speaker until I left in 2007. From Salisu Buhari to Galina Abba, and finally Aminu Bello Masari. It was a volatile time, and we did all we could to preserve the independence of the legislature. During that period, I led the Nigerian delegation to the Africa, Caribbean, Pacific, and European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly, ACP-EU, for 8 years. In 2000, we were privileged to host the assembly in Abuja. The budget prepared by the National Planning Ministry for the conference was 500 million, and 300 million was finally approved. It is on record that under my chairmanship of the organizing committee, we were able to save and return 54 million to the Treasury. Yet, that conference was later adjudged the best organized ever in the 25 years history of the ACP-EU at that time. And the Kingdom of Belgium later awarded me the highest honor ever given to a foreigner. I therefore see this nomination as another step in the realization of my long-time dream and passion to serve. Nigerians have entrusted on us a mandate that we cannot afford to fail. It is a mandate for change. The change Nigerians want is not just a change of government, but a change in governance. A change from corruption to accountability, a change from insecurity to security, a change from poverty to prosperity. Distinguished senators, a change from yesterday to a better tomorrow. We now have another opportunity to rebuild our country according to the desires of our founding fathers, to the dreams of our children, and to the expectation of our allies. Today, I come before you at a time our nation is facing great challenges. God willing, I hope to do all I can to set an example of dedication, probity, and accountability in order to leave a lasting legacy. Therefore, distinguished senators, I want to solemnly pledge with deep sense of responsibility that in any ministry I find myself, I shall not only serve, but serve very well. I will serve with all my strength and with the fear of God. We deserve a special place in the Committee of Nations. Our country is not yet there, but the goal is attainable. We must strive to achieve this for the love of our people, for the love of our country, and for the love of humanity. We've been able to do great things individually, and I believe we can do greater things collectively. I want to be part of that team that will help Nigeria attain those goals. Distinguished senators, I believe strongly that the sun will still shine on our beautiful lands. Thank you.
Us before now already aware of your contribution at the House of Representatives. I was just looking at your CV and see that not only a BA in geography, but an MS in urban and regional planning, and spend time in the planning division. So if we find yourself in a place like the federal capital, and as you have talking about change, I'm sure with your experience, you bring a different new attitude and new approach. Can you just share with us your own ideas of what you would be able to do in a ministry like that that has been so perceived with a lot of irregularities and abuses over the last?
Well, distinguished senators, thank you, Mr. Senate President. As a town planner, Abuja is becoming a town planner's nightmare. There are a lot of developments that ordinarily shouldn't even be allowed by even those who are not town planners. We are experiencing a situation that Abuja is getting out of control because of the insurgence of a lot of people believing that living in Abuja is safe and there's something to do. At the end of the day, they come and they don't find the kind of dreams and the stories they are told outside. So right now, Abuja is experiencing a lot of traffic problems that we'll have to address if I happen to be there. Two, there are a lot of developments that are happening in green areas, recreational areas, even areas that were meant for schools. Those areas will have to be looked at and we'll review those things. For now, I cannot say exactly what I will do, but I have to go in first, see what has caused some of the things that ordinarily no town planner will permit. Right now, even within Apo, there are people developing lands on sewer lines. The streams have been blocked, and so many other things. And there are a lot of abandoned properties that are harboring criminals. Those things have to be looked at. So it's an issue of looking at the master plan. If possible, review the master plan. Areas of correction, we will do corrections. And the areas that we need to consolidate, we will do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues, as I said, being a chief whip of the House of Representatives, and I see that a lot of the distinguished senators here were, well, as he said, he used to whip you into is it the wish of the Senate that the nominee takes his leave now? Honorable nominee, you can take your leave.
with tradition, as a former member of the House of Representatives and a former Chief Whip of the House of Representatives, Honorable Abubakar Bawabari has been told to take a bow after responding to the Senate President's only question on the area of the rehabilitation or resuscitation of the master plan of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. As a town planner, Honorable Bawabari said he does not know what he will do. He has to get there. That is, if he's posted to the FCT as a minister, before he will study the situation and come up with solutions to the challenges or problems that he could or may face as minister with respect to adherence to the town planning principles, practices, or the master plan of the Federal Capital itself. 2 ministerial nominees have so far been considered and screened by the Senate of the Federal Republic this morning, or rather this afternoon. The very first was Professor Isaac Adewale, a medical doctor and academician, former Vice Chancellor, and the second is the Abubakar Bawabari, minister nominee from Niger State, who is a former member of the House of Representatives and a former Chief Whip of the House of Representatives. We have 4 more ministerial nominees remaining among those slated to be screened today. Any moment from now, we expect to have Mr. Geoffrey Onyema or Zainab Shamsuna Ahmed, Mansur Mohammed Ali, a retired Brigadier General, and Pastor Usani Uguru. These are the 4 ministerial nominees now remaining to be considered as slated on the order paper this Tuesday, the 27th of October, 2015.
Distinguished senators, please take your seats. Senator Amori, please take your seats. Senator Eno, please allow your guests to go. Senator Fasheyi, please allow your guests to go. Distinguished senators, please take your seats. I will mention your name.
Okay. Distinguished senator.
Coming into the Senate chambers is the 3rd ministerial nominee to be considered today by the Senate. He is Geoffrey Onyema, a human rights advocate. A lawyer, was born on February the 2nd, 1956. He has a Bachelor of Arts degree in political science from Columbia University, New York, Bachelor of Arts in law from Cambridge University, St. John's College, Cambridge, and Master of Laws, LLM, degree from the University of London, School of Economics and Political Science, London, and also holds a Master of Arts degree in law from Cambridge University, St. John's, Cambridge. He was Assistant General Director of the World Intellectual Property Organization. He worked as Research Officer, Nigerian Law Reform Commission, Lagos. Law practitioner.
Before us is Mr. Jeffrey Onyema. So you're welcome. Mr. Nomi, we have all seen your CV. But we want you to give us a brief introduction of yourself. If there's anything in your CV you want to emphasize, or there's anything in CV that's been left out, there's an opportunity to say a few words on those. You don't need to take us the full length of the CV because we have it. And after your introduction, we'll take a few questions. Over to you.
Distinguished Senate President, distinguished Deputy Senate President, distinguished principal officers of the Senate, distinguished senators. It is truly a great honor for me to appear here before you today, and I would like to thank you very much for according me this very rare privilege. Above all, I would like to express my profound gratitude to Mr. President of the Federation for the confidence he has shown in me by nominating me to serve in his government, subject, of course, to your approval. I am the nominee from Enugu State, and if Mr. President would permit, I would like to recognize the senators from the state. The Deputy Senate President, Senator Ike Ekweremadu, Senator Gil Naji, Senator Chuka Utazi. I would in particular like to thank you, the three of you, very much for your very strong support and your endorsement. The Senate President has instructed me not to go into any detail with respect to my curriculum vitae, which you have before you. So I will just add one or two things that do not feature in the CV. After my secondary education, I took a gap year, which I spent at the University of Ibadan before proceeding to Columbia University. I felt it was appropriate at the time, having been out of the country for some time, to return home to Nigeria and at least do 1 year in university here. I then proceeded to Columbia University, where I completed a degree in political science and majored in international relations, which is, has always been my passion, really. And the rest you can see from my CV. My professional career started in Lagos with a 1-year stint at the Law Reform Commission. After the year, it was in the framework of the National Youth Service Corps. After that 1 year, I went to Enugu and I practiced law for 1 year in a set of chambers. After that 1 year, I proceeded to Geneva, Switzerland, to take up an appointment with the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO. The World Intellectual Property Organization, as the name indicates, is one of the specialized agencies of the United Nations that deals with intellectual property. I spent 29 years and 9 months in Geneva, and well, more or less 30 years. Intellectual property is really a public policy tool to foster and incentivize creativity and innovation to promote economic, social, cultural, and technological development. Intellectual property really comprises copyright for literary, artistic, and musical works, patents that protects inventions, industrial designs that protects ornamental aspects of objects, trade and service marks, which protect distinctive signs in goods and in services. Intellectual property is one of those rare subject matters that really is cross-cutting, cuts across all sectors and impacts in most sectors in society. It covers sectors such as trade, education, agriculture, mining, health, industry, culture, transport, and even sport. It's a key tool for wealth creation and is essentially monetizing ideas and creations and innovation. In Nigeria, we have seen that two industries that really have intellectual property as their basis, which is the musical industry and the film industry, Nollywood, their important contribution to the GDP of this country. And I think this came out very clearly last year when the economy was being rebased, and we saw that, should I continue? Yeah. And we saw that intellectual property was one of the sectors that contributed significantly to the GDP of Nigeria. Throughout my career, although I was away for 29 years and 9 months, I worked extremely closely with Nigeria. I worked very closely with the presidency on a number of visits here to the country, with the ministries of trade, science and technology, of justice, external affairs, culture, with NAFDAC, with a number of universities in the country. My career in the 29 years and 9 months that I was in Geneva can essentially be divided into three parts. The first part is when I worked in the Africa Bureau of the organization. I rose from the position of Assistant Program Officer to Director of the Africa Bureau, and I basically worked at delivering development assistance to all the countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Worked in the areas of legislation, regulation, policy, institution building, infrastructure strengthening, extra budgetary resource mobilization, human capacity development, nation branding, corporate governance, and so on. I engaged extensively with different stakeholders. I engaged with very senior government officials in many countries in sub-Saharan Africa, right up to heads of states and government, with researchers, with small and medium-sized enterprises, with inventors, chambers of commerce, lawyers, judiciary, universities, diplomats, film industry, music industry, with the customs, with the police. The second phase of, I would say, my second part of my career in Geneva with WIPO was when I became Assistant Director General of the organization, which is the level of Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations. I coordinated in that capacity relations with the United Nations, with international organizations, with industry, with non-governmental organizations. I also represented my organization at the time at the meetings of the Chief Executives Board. This is a meeting that is chaired by the Secretary General of the United Nations and has as participants the heads of all the United Nations organizations, as well as the Bretton Woods institutes like the World Bank, a president who participates, the managing director of the IMF, International Monetary Fund, and also the Director General of the World Trade Organization. And these meetings, which take place twice a year, chaired by the Secretary General, is essentially to coordinate efforts amongst all the organizations to deliver development assistance to developing countries. I was also in charge of communications, in public outreach, media relations, gender focal point. And in fact, when I was director of the Africa Bureau, I organized here in Abuja a regional meeting for African women entrepreneurs to really build up their capacity and ability to leverage intellectual property as a tool in their business. And I was also, as Assistant Director General, responsible for extra budgetary resource mobilization. At various times, I was also in charge of the external offices of the World Intellectual Property Organization. We had an office in New York, which interfaced between the organization and the United Nations, an office in Rio de Janeiro, which was our interface with the government of Brazil, an office in Brussels, which was our interface with the European Union, an office in Singapore, which was our interface with the ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, an office in Tokyo, which was our interface with the government of Japan. As a deputy, as a Deputy Director General, I was just going to, I will stop at this point. But I was also maybe going to add, just very, very quickly, if that is enough, I stop at that point. Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, in view of the time and the need for this Senate to sit beyond 2 o'clock, I move that we suspend Section 13 and other relevant parts of our standing order to enable this Senate sit beyond 2 o'clock. I so move.
I stand to second the Senate leader that we do suspend the relevant sections of the order to enable us sit beyond the 2 o'clock mark. I so second.
Colleagues, those in favor of the motion that we suspend our relevant rules and extend our sitting time beyond 2 o'clock, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Shaba Lafayette.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleagues. Mr. Nominee, I'm quite impressed with the details you've given us. I'm also impressed with the fact that you have been out of the country most of the time, but you're following what has been going on in the country. If you're given the opportunity to be minister for the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I would like to know, what exactly would you do, or would you suggest to government to improve on the capital market, particularly since 2008, 2009, you must have been aware that that market, capital market in this country, went into some problems. And since then, the capital market has not been able to really recover and be as well as good as it has always been. I'd like to know what you think and what you believe can help the capital market to revive. My question number 2 is that it's about the deepening of the capital market in this country. The capital market in this country has not been as deepened as it should be, particularly with respect to GSM companies. In view of the fact that GSM companies have not been as involved in the capital market as they should be,
what would you suggest to do in that situation to bring them also into the capital market? Thank you.
Senator Mori.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. My names are Senator Igor Yota Amori. I represent Delta Central and all the Yoruba people in the world. Mr. Onyema Godfrey. Onyema Godfrey, you are from Enugu State, and you spent almost 30 years in Geneva. You spent 1 year in practicing in Enugu State. I don't know where you live now, whether you are living in Lagos or you live in Abuja or Geneva. But before you get to Enugu, by road, you go through Delta, go through Edo, Delta, cross Onitsha to Enugu. Between Onitsha and Enugu, I'm sure you're familiar with that road. First question. What is your take on the second Niger Bridge? And what is again your take on the road between Onitsha and Enugu? Secondly, you are a lawyer. Secondly, what is responsible for this new agitation for the creation of the new Biafra state? I repeat, in your opinion, what do you think is responsible for this new agitation for the state of Biafra by Masop? Thirdly, Nigeria is being described as the giant of Africa. From your experience in Geneva and all your life in Geneva, because you went to Geneva when you were 29, and you spent 29 plus years in Geneva. Nigeria is being described as the giant of Africa. True or false? And finally, Nigerians are being described as the happiest people in the world. Is it true or false? Thank you very much.
Senator Aliu Sabi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Senator Aliu Sabi Abdullahi. I represent Niger North. Mr. Nominee, permit me to congratulate you on your nomination. I want to believe after your sojourn in international career, you are back to Nigeria with a wealth of experience and exposure, which for all intent and purpose, I want to believe is apt for the change that Nigeria so desires. Looking at your CV, it's very obvious that you are grounded in the subject matter over your career, the key issue of intellectual property right. One thing I want to point out here is, if you look at the Nigerian economy, we are definitely having no option than to look at other sources of revenue other than the oil. Now, for investment, especially in the life sciences and I want to point out that the issue of intellectual property rights is key. What do you think Nigeria needs to do differently to promote innovation, especially in the agricultural sector and even in the health sector? Same goes with the area of the film industry and the creative arts, where we are aware there are so many creative people in this country who are being denied access to that benefit that should come from their creativity. We've seen some of them even bedridden and they cannot even get, health care. So what do you think can be done, especially if you look at the fact that in the last 10 years, the creative industry is known to have contributed up to 3.2% of growth to the GDP. Then secondly, so what do you think you can do in that particular area? What do you think Nigeria should do differently? Now the second question is, there has been an issue out there that ministers, when they come on board, are normally initiated into corrupt practices by civil servants. You've had a very lofty international career. What do you think will happen now that you are going to be made a minister in Nigeria, and this issue of being initiated into corrupt practices is there as an allegation? What do you want to promise Nigerians that they should watch out for in terms of the difference you'll be bringing on board as a member of the Federal Executive Council when confirmed? Thank you.
Senator Sekibu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Senator George Thompson Sekibu. 3 or 4 short questions. From your CV, you were about 19 years when you left the country, overseas. You came back intermittently and then left for about 30 years. And you are back. You are born in 1956. By now, you should be about 58, 59 years. Out of which, apart from educational period, you spent 30 years outside the country, engaging in a very steady career. And I've learned much about issues of overseas and international relationship. My question is, on this way, just one. Within this period, what contribution have you done to your community, to your LGA, and then to the Nigerian nation, especially with regard to the economic development and social development of our country? That is one. The second question, I don't know whether when you are in overseas, especially with respect to your career you are engaging, whether you had opportunity of visiting any prison. Can you compare the prisons in Geneva? And I don't know, having not spent so much time in Nigeria, whether you've gone to any of our prisons and what we have here. Having come from outside with this expertise, what would you advise our country to do? Seeing prison inmates, many of them in one cubicle, without giving them adequate things to use. What would be a take in it? The other issue is on the administration of justice. Many persons who were accused of something on allegations are in the prisons. Some of them have spent years waiting for justice. And eventually, some of them are sentenced for 12 months, while they have spent 18 or 24 months on awaiting trial. What would be a recommendation for a person who has already spent 12 years in the prison, and then he has already waited in the prison for 24 months? Will you advise the federal government to compensate him for the period he spent out of the 12 months he ought to spend in the prison? And what do we do for quicker and faster administration of justice so that people don't linger in the prisons for such a long period? Finally, I don't know whether it is by design or commission. You had 2 first degrees, a BA in political science, 1977, a BA in law, Cambridge. Then he came back, a master's degree in law, and then another master's degree in law. Is the first master's degree in law not sufficient enough to do all your works?
You can take as many as you want. What is your own? You can take as many.
Thank you very much.
Did this stop?
I mean, you can take this set of questions here.
I'd like to thank distinguished senators for those very incisive and pertinent questions. I'm always the names of the senators who ask the questions, so forgive me if I'm not able to identify the senator by name, but I did my best to at least capture the essence of the questions. And, well, of course, one of the first question with improving capital market, especially following the 2008-2009 crash, and also participation of GSM in the capital market. Is that I think we have to look at it.
Apologies for the intermittent loss of sound. You can see
business. For the capital market, of course, the ideal is to have a lot of investors from outside the country. And essentially, it's a question of confidence. It's a question of a capital market that is well regulated and that is completely transparent in all its dealings. And I think that one of the things that came out during the crisis were, issues such as insider trading and accusations against captains of industry and their role in the dire situations in which some of their companies got into. So basically, my approach is that the regulatory framework has to really be strong and in place, and the monitoring mechanisms really have to be robust. And it is this that will give confidence to more investors, such as GSM companies and other foreign investors, to come into the Nigerian capital market. Senator Amori asked about the road between Enugu and Onitsha. Well, my spouse comes from Owo, and in Ondo State, and about a month and a half ago, sadly lost my father-in-law and her father, and of course we had to drive along the Enugu-Onitsha road. And you have a very good point. We had to make a very long detour precisely because of the condition of the road. And I think this is obviously one of the big challenges that Mr. President has to address. And if I am fortunate enough to be confirmed to be part of his government, it really is something that is extremely important. We saw in the United States after the crash there that one of the ways of resuscitating the economy was investment in roads and such capital projects. And I think that that is also something that has to be looked at in our context. But, and if possible, looking at public-private partnership in this undertaking. You talked about the perception of Nigeria outside. I think that, well, clearly, you know, the image of Nigeria, notwithstanding some of the negative aspects, is still largely very positive. In the United States, for instance, you know, Nigerians in diaspora in the US are considered to be one of the most able and performing students at school. A lot of universities all over the world have Nigerian professors. So Nigeria is still a country that is deeply respected. Having worked in the international system, I know that whenever Nigeria speaks in any international forum, other countries listen. And not only that, when countries take positions, they invariably, when they are looking to get African support, they seek out Nigeria to ensure that Nigeria is on board. And within the African group, all the African countries look to Nigeria for leadership. Nigeria is literally and figuratively the giant of Africa. The happiest people in the world, well, there were some statistics some years back that said precisely this. And one of the reasons why I decided to come home, I could have stayed outside Nigeria. I don't have, with all my years outside this country, I don't have the passport of any other country other than Nigeria. My years in the US, my years in the UK, my years in Switzerland. And it's for a purpose, because I have my faith and belief in this country. People say, well, you know, it'll make it easier for you to travel, but nonetheless, it is because I do believe that this is home, and also the home of the happiest people in the world. The other was about intellectual property. I think, yeah, sorry about this microphone. I think you're absolutely right. The life sciences is genetic resources is a very important area, and that Nigeria really needs to get involved in.
We're in Sergeant, just wait, let's see, get your...
Okay. Okay, yeah, and I think it's absolutely right. And I think that this is also where there has to be greater involvement by the universities and research institutions in seeking to protect and develop intellectual property assets in the area of life sciences. In the agricultural sector, innovation is extremely important, in particular, for instance, with plant variety protection. And again, our R&D institutions have to be engaged with the farmers to develop new varieties of plants, taking into account the peculiar challenges and conditions that are faced in the agricultural sector. And I couldn't agree with you more. It is extremely important. In the health sector also, it's very, very important. We have seen the whole issue of intellectual property in the health sector the arguments that are raging, especially we saw that with regards to AIDS drugs, the belief that it's because of the intellectual property rights, the patents in the pharmaceutical sectors that raise the price of drugs for poor countries. But also, inversely, we have seen, and I worked with the National Office for Technology Acquisition and Promotion, that Nigeria can also be very, very dynamic and innovative in the health sector. There is a collaboration between the National Office of Technology Acquisition and Promotion, some research and development institutions, and traditional knowledge holders, herbalists. And they were able to come up with a treatment for sickle cell anemia. And this product that was developed was patented also in the United States. So we really need government supporting the innovative sectors within our country. And I think you're quite right, distinguished Senator, that the areas of life science and health and agriculture areas that we can really leverage intellectual property to strengthen those particular sectors. I was involved in programs with the rural, in some African countries, where we try to identify in the rural areas an agricultural product that was popular within that area, and to use intellectual property to brand that particular product and add value to the product, to give the rural dwellers an extra asset within their product. So in other words, they can charge more fees, a higher price for their goods if they brand them appropriately. We saw this, we had another project in Ethiopia with Ethiopian coffee, where again, we assisted and provided advice for Ethiopian farmers who produce coffee to seek to brand their coffee according to the locality in which that particular brand of coffee was produced. So like Champagne, which we know is a sparkling white wine produced in a region called Champagne, and nobody else can call a sparkling white wine Champagne. So the strategy was, in the case of Ethiopia, and in a number of Western African countries where we had similar projects, was to develop an agricultural product that was known in that particular locality, and to give it this brand, or what we call a geographic indication, that would enable the farmers and the producers to ask for higher prices and market them as specialty products. The film sector and the arts sector is the same. We know that in the film sector and in the musical sector, there's a lot of piracy. And this is something, that, again, that I think that the regulatory agencies in the country can do a lot more to fight this piracy and, of course, counterfeiting in the medical field. But this should be a priority because, as you say, we should move away from oil dependence and really try to promote innovation in this country. You talked also about corruption and my promise to the country in respect of corruption. Well, you know, one of the reasons why I have agreed to serve is because I really do believe that government can and should make the difference to the lives of Nigerians. And there was an interview I gave some years ago in which I said that the government and the people in government are the servants of the people of this country. And we should be at their service. We're not overlords of the people, but servants of the people, and should serve humbly and transparently. So for me, you know, it takes a long time to build a name, to build a reputation, and this is certainly not something that I would ever dream of compromising. And I know the confidence, as I said at the outset of my speech, that the President has shown in nominating me, and some of you have said I've been away for quite some time, and I certainly would not betray that confidence for however much money is put in front of me. Senator George Thompson talked about how long I've been outside the country and what I have done concretely in my local government area, my state, for Nigeria. As I said, since I left, I've worked very closely with this country. We had a breakfast meeting many years ago with the then President, Obasanjo, and a number of ministers, and I was charged, together with the late and very great Chief Bola Ige, to get the African Union to issue a directive for African states to coordinate their efforts and have directives on traditional knowledge and how to leverage traditional knowledge for wealth creation in this country. I worked extremely closely with the late Chief Bola Ige on this, and we were able to deliver with a directive by African heads of state at the AU Summit for this. Within the country specifically, I have worked with, as I said, very closely, because they are the focal points of my organization in this country, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Culture at the time, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and the Ministry of Trade. And we have helped in legislative assistance in this country, infrastructure strengthening, human capacity development, the training programs that we have delivered to this country. I was going to come to that, but you had asked me to cut short my presentation. I would have outlined a lot of the work that I have done over 30 years in this country with counterparts in the country.
Senator Islam.
Representing the good people of Bauchi Central. My question is, the judiciary is usually said to be the last hope of the common man. In recent times, the institution has received negative reports based on questionable integrity. What can you do to improve the integrity of the judiciary? Final. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished senators. My name, Mr. Nominee, my name is Francis Alimihena, representing the good people of Edo North. I've seen your CV and you have traveled all over the world. I can call you Ajala, travel all over the world. Now, and you're a lawyer, you can serve in any ministry. Assuming you are given the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, what foreign policy would you recommend to the government to pursue? Two, assuming you are sent to the Ministry of Justice, we have a lot of inmates awaiting trial in our prison. What will be your policy towards this both so that they can obtain justice? Thank you.
Senator Gubri. Oh, yeah, withdraw your. You want to withdraw your question? You raised your.
Your Excellency and distinguished colleagues, my name is Ibrahim Gubri. In fact, I have been trying to find a way I can ask this question now. Because of your reputation that you have been in Geneva for quite a long time, about 29 years. Do you believe in the independence of judiciary in Nigeria? That's question number one. And question number two, though it has been asked severally, is the issue of the acquisition of prison. Because some people look at prison as college for criminals, where you go and learn criminality rather than being reformed. Do you think you have a plan whereby you can separate the hardened criminals with those that are with civil cases. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Secretary.
Good.
Senator Anduba.
Mr. President, most distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Andrew Ba, representing Anambra South Senatorial Zone. Mr. Nominee, congratulations. My question is, what is the quickest approach to improve Nigeria's foreign direct investment? And the second one, small and medium enterprise employ the most labor in any country. What ideas do you have to increase establishment and sustenance of SMEs in Nigeria? Thank you.
If you take those questions then, Mr. Yema.
Focused on my legal background, I just, if I may, Mr. President, just come back to the 2 Bachelor of Arts degrees in law. Yes, I had a BA in law from Cambridge, and oh no, it was master's degree. You said yes. Now in Cambridge, at Cambridge University and Oxford University, if you get a first degree from those universities, I believe it's 5 years later, for the payment of £10 or £15, you get a master's degree. So it was not a classroom academic degree. It's something that Oxford and Cambridge have, which is why I did the LLM degree at the London School of Economics. So coming back to the question, which is obviously a very important one, of the issue of, justice delayed is justice denied. I think clearly a concerted effort has to be made to quicken the speed at which justice is delivered in this country. And I think one of the issues, of course, could be just an overload of work for a lot of the judges. A few days ago, I was reading that the Chief Justice, this is one of the issues that they're really going to try and deal with. And it is true, prison should also be a place where individuals can be reformed. I think our justice system has to also look beyond just penalizing and criminals, but also look at rehabilitation, because everybody can make a mistake and would certainly need to be rehabilitated. So I think also that the general approach for judges and directions has to also be to look at the possibility of rehabilitation. The independence of the judiciary is a sine qua non for a functional democratic society. I think that this is something that obviously cannot be and should not be negotiated. The foreign direct investment for SMEs is extremely important. It's true, the SMEs are the biggest employers in any given country, not only in developing countries, but also in industrialized countries. And one of the things we used to push, because we had a division for small and medium-sized enterprises, was really to focus and encourage SMEs to use and leverage their intellectual property assets to create wealth. And also I've always believed that the offices that deal with intellectual property, the patent offices and so forth, should not only register trademarks and register patents, but should also work hand in hand, as happens in a lot of countries like Japan, to assist people create small and medium-sized enterprises, showing our people that they don't have to be employees, that they themselves can create their own small and medium-sized enterprises, and that using their intellectual property assets or creating intellectual property assets, that this can really add tremendous value to those companies. Thank you, Mr. President.
Distinguished colleagues, Mr. Wish that the nominee can take his leave.
Mr. Nominee, you can take your leave. Sergeant I'll get the next nominee, Zainab Ahmed. The ministerial
The next ministerial nominee.
Want to emphasize on, yes, if there's anything you think has been omitted that you want us to know about you, this is an opportunity. And after you've done that, then you take a few questions from the distinguished senators. Relax, this is a gender-friendly chamber, and I'm sure you will enjoy your time with us.
Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, Your Excellency, Deputy Senate President, Your Excellencies, Principal Officers of the Senate, distinguished senators from Kaduna State, Senator Suleiman Hunkuyi, Senator Shehu Sani, Senator Danjuma La. Distinguished senators, good afternoon. I need to start, Your Excellency, by paying gratitude to the Almighty Allah for this golden opportunity that I've been granted, but also paying gratitude to our President, President Muhammadu Buhari, for nominating me and for the opportunity that I have to stand before you today. I also need to put on record gratitude to my late father, Malam Yahya Hamza, because it is as a result of the kind of upbringing that he has given us that I am having this opportunity today. I would like to also place on record gratitude to the organization that I am working with, the Nigerian Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. My name is Zainab Shamsuna Ahmed. I'm the ministerial nominee representing Kaduna State. Your Excellency, I'm an accountant by profession. I have a first degree in accounting from the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. I graduated in 1981. I also have a master's in business administration. I started work in the Kaduna State Ministry of Finance as a young finance officer. After spending 2 years, I moved to the Nigerian External Telecommunications Limited, which later transformed into NITEL. I spent 18 years working in NITEL and MTEL, rose to the rank of Deputy General Manager Investment and Treasury in NITEL, was transferred to MTEL as a Deputy General Manager Finance, and I rose to the rank of the Chief Finance Officer. I spent 5 years in MTEL as a Chief Finance Officer. After MTEL, I was appointed as the Managing Director, Chief Executive of the Kaduna Investment Company. I spent just 2 years there before I was appointed by the President to head the Nigerian Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NAITI. NAITI is a subset of a global initiative, the EITI, whose philosophy is trying to ensure that the wealth from natural resources is used for sustainable economic development and poverty reduction in resource-rich countries. Since I assumed duties in NAITI, we have done quite a number of things to bring up the EITI process in Nigeria up to the requirement of international standards. In March 2011, we were adjudged an EITI compliant country. That is, after several years of the country trying, within 3 months we were able to achieve that. And also in May 2013, the EITI declared Nigeria as the best implementing country out of 35 resource-rich countries. This we did by producing good quality audit reports of the oil and gas and the mining sectors, as well as a unique accountability audit that has not been done by any EITI implementing country. Each of these reports, Your Excellency, shows information on financial flows of the oil and gas and the mining sectors. It also has information on the volumes of crude oil and minerals that are mined. The accountability audit covered a number of government institutions, including some special funds. And this audit was a groundbreaking audit. It revealed how much has flown into these funds, how the funds are being utilized, and also we covered a few states. We started by covering 9 states, and that also was very informative. In the course of the audit, we found that the states were largely dependent on revenues flowing from the Federation. The internally generated revenue of the states that we covered, 9 states, was so low. It was really very, very disturbing. We have, during the course of our audits, recommended several issues that require reform in the oil and gas as well as the mining sector. I'll just give a few examples. For the oil and gas sector, we have recommended that the crude oil swaps should be stopped because they were not cost efficient, and I'm glad to say that one of the first things that the new GMD of NNPC has done was to actually pull back those swap arrangements, and they're trying to put in place new ones, and we hope better ones. We also have been reporting consistently that the dividends from NLNG to NNPC, that's the liquefied natural gas business, have not been remitted to the Federation account since 2005, when these dividends were accruing. And I'm happy to state also that in July this year, the first dividends from NLNG was paid to the Federation account. In the mining sector, we recommended that there's a requirement to have a unique fiscal regime for the solid minerals industry in our country, and I'm glad to say that the Ministry of Mines and Steel took that up very quickly and reported to the National Economic Council, and as we speak, there is a fiscal regime that is being worked for improvements in the mineral sector. The Ministry of Mines and Steel also, based on our recommendations, reviewed the royalty rates going up, and the new rates are already implemented. Mr. Senate President, I want to make an appeal that whatever happens during the course of this confirmation or after it, I want to make an appeal on behalf of NAITI and its stakeholders, an appeal to request that the NAITI audit reports be considered on the floor of this revered chamber, because there are a lot of information that is meant for the oversight function of the Senate and the House of Representatives, and these reports have not had that privilege. I hope during the 8th Senate that this will start. I also want to make a commitment that I will, if confirmed by this chamber, to the best of my ability, put in my best efforts and ensure that everything I do will be with high levels of integrity and transparency, and that I will be accountable to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Senator.
I'm Isiaq Adeleke, Osun West. Madam Nominee, illegal mining has resulted in the nation's loss of about 8 trillion naira every 2 years. What will be, in your view, we should do to curb illegal mining? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Alin Dume, representing Borno South. Madam Nominee, we are all aware of the struggle that you have been engaged in when you're running NAITI to ensure transparency in the extractive industry generally, and particularly the loopholes in our oil and gas sector that was not only bleeding this country, but almost like making the effort of the government to collapse. Now that you are in a better position to plug those leakages, and now that you know, and I'm happy you're saying that you have some reports that will assist this 8th Senate in effectively discharging. Can you just share with us one of those leakages that, for example, this Senate will quickly go and block so that we do not continue bleeding?
Senator Lidani.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Joshua Lidani, representing Gombe South. Madam Nominee, I would like to commend you on your nomination as a Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, you've served as a Director of NITE since 2010. 2010, yes. Now, in the course of your service as a Director of NITE, have you ever had any occasion to blow the whistle or to call attention of the government to some things that are going on that are not right, or they are shady, or they are not transparent throughout the time you have been in NITE? Secondly, I'd like to ask you about the role of tax consultants. We have agencies that are dedicated for revenue generation, like the customs, like FIRS, and so on. Is it right for any government to appoint consultants for the purpose of tax generation when we have these agencies that are dedicated for that purpose? And thirdly, you have served as Director of NITE, and I presume you are still a Director of NITE. It is the requirement of the Constitution that anybody who is nominated as Minister of the Federal Republic should resign his appointment. Have you complied with that constitutional requirement? Thank you.
John.
Yeah, Mr. President, my name is John Owen Eno, Cross River Central. Very quickly, Madam Nominee, you've been working with NITI as head of that organization. How challenging is it heading an organization like NITI in a country like Nigeria? Number two, how much of the outcome of your work in NITI rubs on Nigeria's perception abroad in terms of the state of corruption? And I say this because you look at this side by side, Nigeria's rating by Transparency International. Can you use that to measure the success of your work in that body? And finally, how proud are you, having worked in NITEL for 17 years, given what became of that body? How proud are you? Thank you.
If you can take this set of questions now.
Very much, Mr. President. Distinguished Senator Ishaka Adeleke, illegal mining is one of the menace that as a country we have tried to address. But personally, I think as long as we keep having the mindset and the view that this activity is illegal, we will not succeed. The illegal mining is actually a way of livelihood for a large number of our populace. So if we look at it in that light, then what we will want to do is to start thinking about how do we make these miners practice better mining in the various areas where they are. How do we help them by giving them improved tools and implements so that the environment is not degraded, so that our water is not polluted, so that what they earn from these mining activities actually sustains their livelihood. If we take it from that angle, then we will be more inclined to bring in development to those areas where this illegal mining is concentrated. So rather than having the miners migrating from point to point, following wherever there is a find, they will stay in those areas, they will work more responsibly, and they will want to protect their environment. So what I will urge is for us to recognize that they exist, and they are our citizens, and they have a right to livelihood, and we should seek for ways and means to support them. That is not to say that the foreigners that are in this sector should be encouraged in these illegal activities. If we want to address what the foreigners have been doing, what we need to do is to provide an alternative for these small miners to sell their mined minerals and metals legally. We can, by doing that, anticipate and maybe put up a fund for that will support a mineral buying scheme, put a process where these miners will go to a mineral buying center and sell their minerals and get good value so that they are not exposed to the foreign nationals that pay them pittance and it's not enough for them to keep a livelihood. Senator Ali Ndume's question is, what loopholes will I suggest to be covered so that we'll stop the bleeding in the oil and gas sector? The oil and gas sector at the moment has a lot of leakages. One of the major leakages for me is the management of our domestic crude oil. Currently, as a country, we allocate 445,000 barrels of crude oil per day to the National Oil Company, NNPC. This crude oil is meant to be for refining in our 4 refineries, but we all know that refineries are operating far below their refining capacity. The NNPC employs crude oil swaps, oil processing arrangements to provide fuel that we need in country. These are very major areas of leakages that I'm glad that the GMD NNPC has started looking at. Another major area is the cost to us as a country of cash calls, how much we pay as a contribution to the joint operating arrangements. The bills are very, very high. As a country, we actually don't have the capacity to ascertain that the cost that we're being invoiced is actually real. That we are continuously owing our operating partners for these joint venture cash calls. And to make it worse, we have special accounts for cash calls. But we still go ahead and use those funds for other purposes other than cash calls. This predisposes us more to being unable to meet these cash call obligations, with the intended consequences of having to borrow from the operators. We're going to different kind of borrowing arrangement, MCAs and so on, and we collateralize this borrowing with future crude. If you look at the reports of NAITI, you will find that the government lifting is getting lower and lower, and liftings that are related to debt services is getting higher and higher. This is something we must address. I would recommend we should revisit these joint operating arrangements. They have been there for long. We need to renegotiate them. As a matter of fact, it is possible for us to look at how we can phase out those arrangements and move towards alternative arrangements that will reduce our cash call burdens. Distinguished Senator Joshua was asking whether we have blown the whistle in any way. And I'd like to say NAITI has done that several times. Part of the ways is on the unremitted dividends that NNPC has been collecting from NLNG, that it has not been remitting to the Federation. Also, you also asked, what is the role of tax in development? The role of tax in development is fundamental. When a nation depends, like we do, on rents from oil and gas, we are a rentier state, and the citizens don't feel an obligation to hold the leaders accountable because we're just collecting rents. Tax is very important. The Inland Revenue Service sometimes uses tax consultants. I will support that only to the extent to build capacity or to start a new process, but after that, we should develop the capacity to do the work ourselves. Still also on NAITI, I have been the ES of NAITI since November 2010. As I stand before you, I am still the ES of NAITI, but if I'm confirmed today or tomorrow, I will send in my resignation letter. It has been working also. The fourth question I had is that how challenging has it been working in NAITI? It's been very, very challenging. We work in an environment where the companies are reluctant to provide information. The government agencies are not also very willing to provide information, so we have to chase each of those parties to get information, to make sure that the information is credible, and we use this information to produce the reports. Nigeria's participation in the EITI has not positively impacted on our corruption perception index, and I must say that that is one of the very, very challenges that we have, and one of the challenges that the current administration has taken up head on to address. There is a lot of corruption in Nigeria. There's corruption in other countries, but the uniqueness of what we have here is that we have corruption with impunity, that people commit offenses and they go scot-free. But this administration has shown that it will not be business as usual, that whoever commits or errs on any particular process will be held responsible. I worked in NITEL for 18 years. I am very sad at the state in which NITEL has become today. I wish that NITEL was there for me to tell my children and my grandchildren I worked in that company, but it is not there today. There was a lot of things that were not done by NITEL, including several botched privatization processes, some management agreements that were done also that helped to bring the organization down.
Senator Lasha.
Senator Tayo Alasho-Adura, Ondo Central. I have a few questions for the nominee. From your experience as an accountant, as an auditor, we have seen so many audit reports in this country that at the end of the day, one cannot be proud of, with conflicting figures coming out after the audit, with no specific answers proffered, for what should be done to reduce or to eliminate, the cancer that was being audited. What would you do, if confirmed as a minister, to ensure that this type of thing does not repeat itself in this administration? The second question is about, again, your experience over the years working with government in so many areas, especially industrial areas. We have traveled far and wide, and we have found out that in most of these countries that have developed rapidly of recent, e.g. Dubai, that was a desert some few years ago, the matter of free trade zone was introduced to these countries, and today they are doing very well. What is your take about free trade zones in Nigeria to boost our economy? I'm particular about this because, in those states where I come from, we had a free trade zone that was created by a government under which I served. And today, nothing is happening at that free trade zone. So what will the federal government do to boost and create more free trade zones in this country to ensure that the economy of this country is boosted? Thank you.
Senator Orji.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is C.A. Orji. I represent Abia Central. Madam, my question is based not on your profession, but because you are an intelligent woman. And people like you normally offer good advice. And when that advice is taken into account, it brings in fruitful results. Now, if you are confirmed and the Federal Executive Council sets up a committee of which you are a member, and the topic for you will be how to bring back the Chibok girls, what will be your contribution, since you are a woman and the people in captivity are all women? Thank you.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, Senator Sani Mustapha from Niger South, representing the good people of Niger South. Madam, my question to you is, what will be your advice in sustaining and achieving Millennium Development Goals of the federal government? One, Nigeria is at the emerging world market. What areas of concern do you think the federal government can improve in attracting direct foreign investment? Thank you.
Senator Albert Akpan.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me at last. Distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Albert. I represent the good people of Akwa Ibom Northeast. Madam, having worked closely with the last PDP administration, and considering the call for change by the present administration, and considering the progress that we have made as a nation, what do you think we need to do differently to bring about unity, progress, equity, peace, and the prosperity of Nigeria? Number two, the recent report of the National Bureau for Statistics indicates that Nigeria has a population of about 170 million people, out of which 70 million are unemployed. And projections have also indicated that by 2020, Nigeria has said we will be one of the biggest economies in the world. And the population of Nigeria will be about 200 million. And if we go on this trend, by 2020, Nigeria will have 100 million Nigerians will be unemployed. How will you contribute within the shortest possible time? Since, according to studies, we must create a minimum of 7 million jobs annually. How will you contribute in the shortest possible time to avoid this catastrophe in the country in line with this same gospel of change? You have also indicated that you will be loyal to Nigeria. And I know that one thing we take for granted is the national pledge of Nigeria. As a demonstration of this loyalty and commitment and passion for this country, can you please recite the national pledge?
Mr. Nominee, take the floor for sets of questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I please seek your indulgence to start with the last question? I'm told, sir, that when the national pledge is being recited, that people should be upstanding, so I'm standing. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be loyal, faithful, and honest, to serve Nigeria with all my strength, to defend her unity, and uphold her honor and glory, so help me God. Distinguished Senator Tayo Olashore from Ondo State asked a question. He said, as an accountant and also an auditor, as a country, we have conducted several audits, but most of these audits are not having specific recommendations for improvements, and also most of these audits are unheeded. I'd like to state to this distinguished chamber that the NAITI audit report is unique in that regard. It's not an audit in the true sense of the word. It's a process that seeks to find what is wrong and makes specific recommendations for improvement. But I also want to quickly add that the major challenge that NAITI as an organization has is the slow implementation of the recommendations of its audit reports. And I hope that the 8th National Assembly will put paid to that. Most rapidly developing countries have adopted the option of having trade-free zones, and Nigeria should not be an exception. The essence of having a trade-free zone is to concentrate activities in one place to give relief to the businesses so that they transact very quickly in our country. I'm aware that there are some of these trade-free zones in our country that are not operating the way that they are intended, but if we have the opportunity, if I'm given the opportunity, that is one of the fastest means of bringing about development. Because these zones brings about concentrated development. Apart from the businesses that are operating, there are allied services that develop around the zone that brings about development in the trade-free zone. Distinguished Senator Orji from Abia was asking what I would do if I was put in a committee to bring back the girls. I'd like to state that I'm one of those Nigerians that is really pained about what has happened to the Chibok girls. My 2 daughters are in this hall today, and I know what it is as a parent to not have your child with you or not even know what state in which they're in. What I will suggest we should do is to concentrate and push the strategy that Mr. President has already started. Our defense and our armed forces are already making significant progress to the fight of Boko Haram, and it looks very much that they will succeed in the very near term. I will support any process that would bring back our Chibok girls. Senator Sani Mustafa from Niger South was asking what I will do in terms of an advice for the sustenance of the MDGs. Nigeria, of course, is an emerging market, and what we need to do is to stay and implement what we had committed to in terms of realizing the 8 MDG goals. We have made progress in some of the goals, but in some areas, especially in education and health, we're very, very far from it. We need to go back to the drawing table. We need to reassess what we've done. We need to identify the gaps and quickly make plans on how to bring up our attainment of the MDGs. Senator Albert also stated that I had worked under the last administration and what I will advise that we should do differently. My suggestion will be that when an audit is conducted, like the NAITI audits or the PwC audits of NNPC, the recommendations that these audits make, and as a matter of fact, the various committee works that this Senate has done and also the House of Reps, that those recommendations should be implemented. That we should not do reports and the reports sit on shelves and just glorify an office, that we should not write reports and white papers sit unattended to and unimplemented. We have done so many reviews. The analysis is on the table. It's already available. We don't have to do any extra work. All we need to do is to take these recommendations and start implementing them. And I'm happy to say that some of these implementations are already ongoing. The National Bureau of Statistics have also seen this very, very scary numbers that by 2020 we will have up to 100 million unemployed youths. If we collectively, as individuals and as a collective, decide to fight corruption and fight impunity, we will not continue to have youths that are unemployed. We will not continue to have a health sector that is degraded. We will not continue to have an educational system that is so bad that our children that come out of schools are not really educated children. What we need to do is to look inwards and to find solutions and to be true to those solutions and stick to them and remain focused in implementing them.
Distinguished nominee, I think we need to just take from the
Senator Binta, Mercy, and then Senator Rasaki. I think we would, at that point, you can question. Take this, Senator Olujimi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your sensitivity. And distinguished senators, quickly for two things. One, you are the product of the PDP. Two, on loan. And the second one is that you are one of the few women that have found favor in this new executive arrangement. I congratulate you. My quick question is simple. You are an accountant, and you are going into a government where corruption, anti-corruption, over-corruption is the sing-song, the mantra. And you will agree with me that over the years, our problem has not been with any other institution other than yours. The accounting practice in Nigeria. Sharp practices, false documents, wrong papers, figures that come out and they don't tally. And you have been part of it. You were also part of the fact that it affected very many of our institutions, like the MTEL and the NITEL. Now, you are going into a government, and anti-corruption is the issue of the day. What will change? What are you likely to do that will promote the anti-corruption stance of the government? What didn't you do when you were there earlier? You need to let us know. The second question, are you a card-carrying member of any political party? And if you are, which of them do you hold? Thank you very much.
Senator Binta.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. My name is Binta Masi Garba. I represent Adamawa North Senatorial Zone of Adamawa State. Every Nigerian is competent to handle any responsibility given to him or her as long as he or she can deliver it. So I think I'm not Hajia Zainab, but maybe she will answer that question later. Hajia Zainab, one of the questions I want to ask, or two, there is a decline in the oil price since the second half of last year, and that has led to the decline in government revenue and has caused some certain constraints to the implementation of the budget. What will you think, or what do you think is the best strategy in preventing the non-full implementation of the budget resulting from the revenue shortfall? Secondly, the federal government has declared that the 2016 budget will be designed on the principle of a zero-based budgeting system. And maybe because you are an economist, if you can enlighten us more on what you understand by the zero-based budgeting. Thank you.
Senator Rasaki. Oh, you want to okay.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, Madam Nominee, going through your CV as an accountant, what will you do to harmonize the tax regime, multiple taxation between the federal, the state, and the local government? And secondly, what measure will you put in place to attract foreign investment? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Senate President. Distinguished Senator Olubumi, you did say that over the years, corruption has permeated the whole of our country, and the accountant is an integral part of it. I agree with you. There is no corruption that will be done without an accountant in the line. But we're not all the same. Some of us accountants have been pointing out and crying ourselves hoarse as to what is wrong and what needs to be done to correct it. And I hope there will be more and more accountants that will join this effort. To promote the anti-corruption stance of the current government, what we need to do, not just as accountants, but as managers of human and material resources, is to be transparent and to be accountable in everything that is placed before us. Distinguished Senator Binta Mashi Garba from Adamawa North. Distinguished Senator, the oil price decline has been a real problem for our country. It's a problem such that we're not able to meet our budget. But I like to see it as an opportunity because it's giving us a chance to look inwards, to look at the agricultural sector that we have ignored, to look at the mining sector that we have completely forgotten about, to look at our responsibility in collecting taxes and expanding the tax base. So for me, it is a painful process we're going through, but it is a golden opportunity for us to move away from the resource cost which has plagued us for the past 40 years. In 2006, the government of the day has declared that the budget system will be zero-based. What I understand by zero-based budgeting is you're starting from a scratch. You're not taking a benchmark and adding a percentage up or down. You're asking each MDA to detail and defend every expenditure line item. That is the best way to do budgeting. What we've been doing in the past is not actually budgeting. You're given an envelope, and you are required to fit in everything that you have in the envelope. It introduces wastages when the envelope is large, and also it brings about inefficiency. You cannot implement your mandate fully when your budget is too small. The zero budgeting process is a very complex process. It's Herculean, but we need to start it as soon as possible. And maybe the best way to start it is to start it with some selected organizations and then roll it out next year to every other organization. Distinguished Senator Raji Rasaki, you were asking what will we do to harmonize the multiple taxation. As a federation, the states are independent autonomous units, and also the tax laws give the states some authority to collect some certain category of taxes while the federation collects another category. So there must be the meeting of stakeholders, the states, the local governments must all come together, driven by the Federal Inland Revenue Service, so that we harmonize these taxes. Because if anything, it has been detrimental to investments into our country. It has been limiting for foreign direct investments. When taxes are clear and they're not duplicated, people will find it easier to pay taxes. But in addition to that, we must also, as a country, look at how to expand our tax base. As it is now, not many Nigerians are paying their taxes.
Thank you very much, Chair Nami. Distinguished colleagues, is it the wish of the Senate that Nami can take her leave?
Thank you, Mr. Senator. Can take your leave.
Shamsuna Ahmad is the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. She is still holding that office, but gave her word to the distinguished senators that the moment she is confirmed as a minister of the Federal Republic, she is relinquishing that job. She has had 28 years of experience in public finance management.
distinguished principal officers of the Senate, distinguished senators, good afternoon. I feel most elated and honored to be amongst your midst today. First, let me present myself to most distinguished senators from Zamfara State for acceptance. Senator Ahmed Sani Garima Mbokura, Senator Kabiru Marapa, Senator Ahmed Tijani Kaura, my good friend and my landlord. Distinguished senators, for the next 7 minutes or thereabout, I will highlight some of my major achievements, discuss leadership in the military, and current issue of Boko Haram. I am Brigadier General Mansour Dan Ali, retired, born in Birni Magaji on 25th August 1959. I attended Government Secondary School Shinkapi, Kaduna Polytechnic, and Nigerian Defense Academy. Also, I was at Bayero University, Kano, and Bangladesh University of Professionals. Currently, I hold 2 master's degrees, one in public policy and administration, while the other one in security studies. Some of my major courses in the military include Young Officers Course Artillery, Artillery Intelligence Officers Course, and of course, Junior Staff Course at Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College, Tesh, Ghana. I also attended Battery Commanders Course, Company Commanders Course, and Senior Staff Course at Armed Forces Command and Staff College, Jaji. I was also at the Regimental Officers Course, and finally, I was at National Defense College, Bangladesh, as participant. My major professional and working experience include, I was ADC to General Muhammadu Gado Nasco when he was the FCT minister. I was also instructor at NDA and staff officer at Army Headquarters, examination officer at Army Headquarters. I was garrison commander at 32 Artillery Brigade at Bekuta and directing staff at Armed Forces Command and Staff College, Jaji. I also commanded 301 Artillery Regiment, Gombe, and battalion commander at Nigerian Battalion 2, United Nations, at Hybrid Mission, Darfur, Sudan. Later, I was called to be Chief Instructor, Short Service Wing, and acting Director of Military Training, Nigerian Defense Academy. Others include Deputy Director of Defense College Procurement, Deputy Director Procurement at Defense Headquarters. And I was then 32 Artillery Brigade Commander at Akure, where I retired in 2013. Gentlemen, after my retirement, I was nominated as delegate to represent Zamfara State at Compav 2014. Thereafter, I intended to run for Senate seat, but I was asked to step down by my party. I was also opportune to be Chairman Security Committee, APC Presidential Primaries in Lagos. And recently, the chairman of the run of the controversial Bayelsa gubernatorial primaries of APC. My distinguished senators, I feel most privileged having been called back to duty by Mr. President and the Commander-in-Chief after just 2 years of my retirement. The military is all about leadership. For any leader to have good qualities, he must have 3 things. Number 1, integrity. He must be honest and transparent in his dealing with people. So for any leader to have must have these qualities to make a good military officer. In military, everybody is a leader, whether corporal, sergeant, up to the rank of general, including Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. That is the reason why you see most officers, they can impact leadership in any department they found themselves. Example, in the case of our President, Commander-in-Chief, who is having the mentorship now, I'm sure with him, Nigerians can go to sleep with their eyes closed. As prelude to this, let me open the discussion with administration in the military. Nigerian officers and soldiers are among the best soldiers in the world, if well taken care of. We have been to Congo, we have been to Sierra Leone and Sudan of recent. I believe if our soldiers are being taken good care of, they will definitely show their best.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dominic. Senator Wakim.
Thank you.
Distinguished President, sir, distinguished senators, my name is Senator Malam Ali Wakili MNI. I will just take the nominee on his CV, sir, and one word he said on the podium. Sir, look at your CV, page 2. The military courses you attended was great. You attended National Defense College, Bangladesh. And thereafter, you said that it was not graded. I want to know if the Army have changed the policy that before you move from the colonelship to the brigadiership, you must pass the War College, or you must go to the National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies. And for you to be promoted as Brigadier General, you must have certain grade from the Defense College, either from within or from the without. 1. Secondly, you said on the podium that you are a senatorial aspirant and that the party asked you to step down. As a founding member of the APC, I know we have internal democracy, and I know that all of us went through primaries. Nobody asked anybody to step down. I want to know at what hierarchical level. No, I'm talking as an APC member, please, where we have internal democracy. At what level, sir? At what level of the party hierarchy were you asked to step down? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand as Comrade Sheikh Usani representing Kaduna Central. Mr. Nominee, your resume is a narrative of distinguished career in the military and later in politics. I will ask you, let me have your view. As an ex-military man, Nigeria is involved in a serious war against an insurgent group that threatens our peace, our freedom, our democracy, and our collective existence as a people. What is your view on policy of setting deadlines, taking cognizance that we are engaged in a war that is unconventional, fighting against a force that is a guerrilla force, and also with some litters of suicide bombers. Do you believe that setting a deadline on this in December, we will achieve our target? That is one. Secondly, the military in Nigeria have been reputed to have performed credibly well in many wars within the African continent. In Congo, in Sierra Leone, in Liberia, and in many countries where conflicts occurred. Why has it become impossible for such a military with such reputation to achieve similar feats in Nigeria in the last 6 to 7 years? Thirdly, the Nigerian army has fought to keep this country together. It's been over 4 decades since the end of the Civil War, and we have seen a resurgence of people that call themselves secessionists. And in that category, you have irredentists, nihilists, anarchists, and people of all background who feel that they should carve out a nation out of Nigeria. What do you think is wrong? We could not have taken the lessons out of the Civil War. And now some persons are threatening to secede out of Nigeria. And the last question. I have read within your resume, you've served in NDA. And my constituency hosts the NDA. Can you please give us your idea of criteria for admissions within that institution, taking cognizance of the fact that many candidates sit down for exams and you come out with very few names? What were your considerations for such admissions? Thank you.
Yeah, the distinguished colleagues, I think let us try and be considerate to others. We are putting the questions, not answering questions. Please, let's try and keep the questions as brief as possible to give others opportunity to ask questions. Nominee, yeah, go ahead.
Distinguished senators, let me start with the question from Senator Wakili, asking for quality of promotion and my course at Bangladesh that was not graded. In the National Defense College, in most of the countries outside the country, they see it as a seminar, a group where people will sit down, brainstorm, make policies, and suggest to the government of how things should be done. It's not per se a class of where you sit down, because in our group in Bangladesh, we have people from China, from US, from India. They see it as a place where exchange of ideas, you exchange ideas with other people. It's not being graded, but we have directing staff that will sit and see you how you contribute. It's from the contribution that they will write to your report. And it's the same report that we'll use in marking you. Actually, if you look at it, we have in our defense college here, they do the marking system. But at times, because of our culture, because of our abakarada, you see somebody that has not purely done well being given a high grade. And when he comes to the field, he cannot do anything. So that is why in those countries, they don't care. They don't wait and be marking. They don't mark. They will mark you, but based on your contribution And there are other things that followed after, which I think I will be brief here. Going to Senator Shehu Sani's question, my views about Boko Haram. In my right of, honestly, I will even read it from here. I said, and to contribute on how to end topical issue of Boko Haram by December, I wish to categorically state that is just a timeline. In the military, you don't fix. Normally, we'll give a timeline and say from so thing will happen, so thing will happen. Along the line, you can able to achieve your aim. Timeline is like progressive action of military. But the moment you fix it, I'm not saying it's very correct. You can say, okay, my target to get everybody wiped out by December is possible. If you look at what is happening now, the Boko Haram initially were hosting flags. Hosting flag means you have captured or you have already owned that place. Now, we have removed the flags, we have pushed them out of the flag, they are out of the border. We have achieved a tremendous effort. What remains is just to get the indices. These indices that I wish to give you here are four. We have the political, we have the economical, and we have the security, then information sharing. On the political aspect, you have to make the people be aware. Give them like a propaganda that this action that is going on is no good. Let us understand that whatever you are doing is not, and that is the political angle. The political angle also can include how you want employing or reconciliation, where people will go back to their places, where people will get what to eat, where people will go back to their houses. The other angle that I said would have taken to is the security angle. The security angle is you must secure those that are back to their position. Because if not, there is every tendency that the people can go back and recruit them again. So you take care of them, make sure that they are well informed on all the actions that they have done. You know, any sort of ideology is very difficult to be removed out. If it is normal conventional war, see me, see you, I fight you, you fight me, I can finish you, and that's the end of it. But no, something that has gone through your heart. I once had one senator made a contribution on people going for placing barrel of the gun for them to go to paradise. Of course, it has taken long in this country. Before, if they tell you somebody can put a bomb in himself and bomb himself, honestly, you will say no. But now, people, because of the anger, because of the problem of leadership, that integrity we are talking about, that, what do you call it, the second one. You see, you cannot have a leader. Leader will see you. He will be telling you lies. You look at him, you know that he's telling lies. But what can you do? Nothing. Nothing. Let me go to the next one. Okay, the issue of togetherness. Sorry.
We are taking questions, and we are taking questions and talked about issues that are very important. This is the wish of the
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Mohammed Mansur Dan Ali, retired Brigadier General, who does not appear tired. Indeed, he has shown that his master's degree in public policy and administration and his master's degree in security studies from the Bangladesh University of Professionals is not a fluke. Muhammad Dan Ali is the second to the last ministerial nominee to be screened. So far, distinguished senators have screened 5 ministerial nominees. They have remaining only one in the order slated for today. And he is Pastor Osani Uguru, ministerial nominee from Cross River State. Any moment, he will be ushered into the Senate chambers to come and take the podium and respond to questions from distinguished senators. Pastor Osani Uguru Usani is the minister nominee from Cross River State. He was chairman of the All Progressives Congress, a former commissioner in Cross River State, and hails from Yaku local government area in the Central Senatorial District of Cross River State. Usani was secretary of the Congress for Progressive Change before the merger of the party into the APC. Osani Uguru is a pastor and the ministerial nominee from Cross River State. He's wearing a red tie and coming down the aisle to take the podium and respond to questions from the distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
She said that Distinguished senators, please settle down. Distinguished senators, please settle down. Our revered minority leader, please have your seat, or you can defect to the greatest party in Africa.
You are carrying your duty with bias. Can you look to your left?
Distinguished Senator Oluremi Shade Tinubu, will you take your seat?
No, she was sitting on.
Distinguished Senator Asiwaju Jagaban, as Leader Ndume will say, the Senate President said I should tell you to go to your seat.
Chief Whip of the Senate. I will not say what I Whip of the Senate.
No, you ruled correctly, sir. You just wanted my attention to the right place. Okay. Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues.
We have before us the last nominee for today, Pastor Osani Uguru. You are welcome. We have your CV, and I want you to give a brief introduction of yourself. Please, there's no need to go to your CV in detail. We already have that. If there's anything in your CV that you have not, that has been omitted, or there's something in your CV that you want to emphasize, go ahead and do that. Distinguished colleagues, I know it's been a long day. Please let us just bear through this last nominee. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Nominee.
Your Excellency, the Senate President, Your Excellency, the Deputy Senate President, Principal Officers of the Distinguished Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Principal Leaders, respectfully, of your various committees, as shall soon come, It is my pleasure to present myself to these hallowed chambers for the necessary in view of what's expected by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. My name is Usani Ugru Usani. I was born 54 years, 9 months ago. I have gone through different levels of scholarship, primary to tertiary. And of course, the Senate President beats that since I have only to talk about what is not on my CV, and you have it, I don't need to emphasize on my qualifications. I have done some things in terms of community development and participation. I was the chairman, governing board of the secondary school of my community. I liaise also between my community and the state government for the provision of rural electrification in my community. I have taken part as a member of the advisory council of my traditional leadership council. That's about that. I have also played a role in the development of rural communities when I was Commissioner for Agriculture, in the sense that I made sure accruals from the estates or plantations that were being hosted by the communities were developed in terms of infrastructure by the sums or the financial accruals from those plantations. Prominently, I was one of the few persons invited to make a conference presentation at the 100 years of existence of sociology department at the University of Liverpool in the United Kingdom. I think beyond this point, whatever else you read it from my CV. And I come here under the goodwill of the former president of Senate, Dr. Wayas, who says he should have been here with me, but for his health, Musa Adede, who is out of the country, Senator Basio too, and I'm led here by Senator M. Timbu. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator
Sorry, a very serious oversight. My senators, please, I'm sorry. My 3 senators of my state are people with whom we've traveled the political space of the Cross River. May God forbid. For the past 13 to 25 years, Senator Waneno, Senator Rosoko, and Senator Gershom Bassi. Beyond this point, His Excellency Alhaji Kwankwanso is one of my political mentors in the APC. Senator Barnabas Gemade is a man I'll call a father. He has mentored me equally. Senator Nazif is a friend who has also worked and traversed this country with me.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Senate President, my distinguished colleagues, Senator Benga Chafar representing Lagos East Senatorial District, and good that the Senate President intervened by stopping the pastor, Mr. Nominee, because he could have mentioned my name too, as he was coming. I have 2 questions for you, and these questions relate to the problems that we are having in all parts of Nigeria now. Before now, the issue of kidnapping was restricted to a particular region of Nigeria. Nowadays, you find kidnappers taking their hostages and asking for as little as 50,000, 25,000. And this is happening all over Nigeria. What do you think
will be the solution to this, particularly when we know with your background, you may likely be confirmed to be a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. What kind of advice, programs, or policies would you would you give to this government? That's number one. Number two, this second question too relates to the intra-community activities of our federation. And we don't seem to take it as something very, very important. That is intercommunal clashes as far as boundaries are concerned. With your background, being in government from the age of 24 up till now, and all the qualifications and your past achievements, together with your calling, that is the pastoral calling, what solutions do you have to these intercommunal clashes regarding boundary issues within the Federation? In conclusion, I am sure by the time you are leaving this place, it is a general request that you pray for our country, pray for our Senate, pray for the people of Nigeria so that we can move forward. Thank you, and God bless.
I can take a bow.
Senator Major Burka.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Nominee, my name is Ahmad Abubakar Maladi from Adamawa South. Mr. Nominee, my question is centered on about environmental degradation, because I've seen in your CV about environment. In your CV, you have written much about the environment. So, you know, the environment really is in the Northeast, you have poor environmental factors. The receding of Lake Chad Basin, you know, human degradation and social cohesion in the people. The human poverty index in the area is mostly, you know, can do it to the environment and also to the insurgency as it is now. Because the river, Lake Chad Basin has receded so much. And because of that, yes. So definitely the environment is affecting us, it also affects your area. What policies are you going to enhance in the federal cabinet if you are made a minister to take care of the environmental factors in Nigeria, especially in the Northeast and in the South-South?
Senator Samegu.
It's a point of order, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our nominee, congratulations.
Yeah,
My name is... Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm coming under Order 14, Order 14A, privileges. That privileges are the rights enjoyed by the Senate collectively and by the members of the Senate individually, conferred by the Legislative House's Powers and Privileges Act, Cap 208, Laws of the Federation, 1919, and other statutes, or by practice, precedent, usage, and custom. If the chairman will permit me, I will, as a member of these red chambers, utilize my privilege. I will be requesting the nominee to apologize to the rest of us here, because looking at his CV, he was a member of the governing board of the Nigerian Copyright Commission, 2001 to 2004. And I know that the Nigerian Copyright Commission was constituted by the government of the PDP that took power in 1990. Please listen to this. That took power in 1999. and held this country together for 16 years. So for the nominee to stand in front of us, and will you, the chief whip, so for the nominee to stand in front of us and mention names of senators who traversed the political terrain in Cross River together. And somebody jokingly said, we're under the PDP. He said, God forbid. We take exception to that. For somebody who has served under a PDP administration, benefited from it, I don't think it should insult the PDP by coming to stand in front of us to say, God forbid. God cannot forbid 16 years of leadership in this country, whether there were mistakes or not. God cannot forbid. Mr. Chairman, I'm addressing you because I know that even you as the chairman, you benefited from the PDP as governor of Kwara State for 8 years. And I also benefited from PDP as governor of Akwa Ibom State for 8 years.
You made your point. You made your point. Just sit down. Do sit down. You come on the point of order. Is noted, nominee.
Profoundly sorry.
Thank you.
My name is Dr. Sam Egwu. I represent. My name is Dr.
Order,
Sam
please.
Egwu.
Order, please.
I represent Ebonyi North Senatorial District. I want to congratulate the pastor for being nominated by Mr. President, especially hearing that you're a pastor. I also know that the secretary to the government, federal government, is also a pastor, I was made to believe, and the vice president, a pastor, a minister of God. We have also interviewed from the Islamic angle some Islamic scholars here, knowing also that Mr. President himself is a devout Muslim. What it means, therefore, is that in the cabinet, we are going to have religious men. I want to ask you, therefore, as a pastor, and considering other men of God in the cabinet, what is going to be your role, considering the fact that Nigeria is the only country in Africa where the level of religious intolerance is the highest? We have many countries, even in our sub-region, West Africa, where Christians and Muslims coexist, even from one family. But here in this country, any slightest misunderstanding, brother rise against fellow brother. People are killed, property destroyed. And this has continued for a long time. I'm happy, therefore, that you're going to enter or to be a member of the executive. I'm therefore asking you, what role, what will be your advice to the executive, to the government, in a way to reduce this intolerance that we have witnessed in this country that have led to a lot of loss of lives? That is my question to you.
Senator Gbola Dada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Prince Gbola Dada, representing the good people of Ogun State, the second most industrial state after Lagos State. Mr. Nominee, you can see this country as the lawlessness in the land. It's not a hopelessness. People are people. Our country, our government itself, sometimes fail, and the government fail, to respect international conventions ratified. Sometimes they fail to honor international protocol. They also disagree to. If the government also failing to respect all these honors, how much the citizen? If you are now a member of the cabinet, how can you go and advise the government to try as much as possible to honor international contracts? Also, to be able to create a conducive environment for investors to have confidence, because the moment the government itself fails, the ordinary Nigerian also will not have a cover. So thank you. That's the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Dr. Musra Sumoni, representing Oyo Central Senatorial District. Mr. Nominee, we actually got from your CV that you are once a commissioner for youth and sport. A challenge facing our nation is widespread unemployment. Yet, our universities are producing more graduates every time. What do you think can be done to better prepare our graduates for life post-university, and also to ensure that they are better equipped for the job search? I mean, and can you please explain what you actually did when you were once the Commissioner for Youth and Sport? What did you do for youth? How have you changed their lives? Thank you.
Can you speak a bit louder? He can't. Can you repeat the question again?
That the challenge facing our nation is widespread unemployment. Yet, our universities are producing more graduates every time. So I want him to tell us what he would do to prepare these graduates after they finish their university, or how would assist them in their job search as once Commissioner for Youth and Sport.
Okay. Senator, may you take these questions?
Thank you very much. The first question talks about kidnapping and intercommunal clashes. The subject of kidnapping we know today is actually a threat to everybody and the entire nation. And when security is threatened, economy is threatened, social life is threatened. So we see it as a very dangerous trend. And I think to advise to stem down the tide of kidnapping, we have to bear in mind certain elements. One of the elements is, who are those in kidnapping? What are the reasons for kidnapping? And what are the antidotes put in place so far to address the issue? The first thing is that it is the younger people who are involved in kidnapping. And why is the orientation of the younger people tended toward unethical means of earning a living? One of the issues is that the employment somebody has said. And so some people find it easier to do the untenable for them to earn a living. In that regard, there is something I believe that is very important, which will not only address the issue of kidnapping, but also address other fragments of our social life, which is a moral reorientation. Because at no time in history or life have we found that it is very easy to live and make a successful life. But why is it that in generations past, kidnapping was not an option in Nigeria? It therefore shows there is a derivative between some of the modern practices, one in terms of politics. We find that most of the kidnappers are cultists who are initiated or co-opted, taking the advantage of their idleness because there is no employment. And those who arm these people to be able to kidnap, in most cases, are mentors in one way or the other. So the address is to be a reorientation of we, the sponsors of such activities, and those that are being sponsored, while government is doing its best to address the cardinal policy of employment for our teeming youthful population. In terms of what advice I will give, the advice cannot be a one-spot wholesome initiative. It means we have to carry out an integrated approach through the churches, through the mosque and other religions, through the schools also, to ensure that our universities are no more grooming grounds for the recruitment of such human beings. And also for us to address the issue of small arms acquisition in homes and by individuals. These are issues that have trajectories to the policy formulations and frameworks that transcend not only the issue of criminal gangs among the youth, but other aspects of the economy. And I believe each of them demands a careful articulation to be able to address that. In terms of communal clashes, what the nature of communal clashes so far, we have found at some point they will be accusing a section of people against the other section of the people. Sometimes it comes about boundaries. Beginning from the boundary issues that was raised in this question, we are aware that we have a National Boundary Commission as well as State Boundaries Commissions. What this means is, for the continuous dialogue concerning the setting out of boundaries. But it appears difficult to be able to say you can solve the problem of clashes owing to boundary adjustments or readjustments or disputes, because all over the world, territories are being annexed and land has always remained a factor of disagreement. But as a nation, if we can take the near possibility of resolutions, which can sometimes suggest that where you have natural causes, for instance, water bodies, we may use that as indices of dialogue or agreement to set boundaries amongst communities. Again, deriving from the recent issue or current issue prevailing, which comes from grazing, we know that the government used to have policy on grazing fields. Maybe is to look for a way to reinforce it or provide enough grazing fields for those who depend on that method of farming, so they will no longer clash with others who depend on other forms of terrestrial agriculture, so the conflicts can be reduced. I think that for that question, that is my offer. And of course, you cannot do this without having the technical personnel in these fields to be able to advise and also make inputs based on antecedent occurrences. Senator Amadu talked about environmental degradation and problems and the policies that could enhance environmental remediation. Appreciating environmental problems in Nigeria is a very crucial thing. But we will try, as a people, as a government, to appreciate the fact that environmental problems are not things that can be remedied only based on local actions. The reason is that the subjects or objects of environmental degradation are localized, but the effect is globalized. And so to suggest remedies will mean that there has to be a total collaboration, global. The fact of this degradation increasing is on account of the fact that certain major countries in the world have failed to oblige some of the international conventions addressing environmental problems. For instance, United States and China and Australia are recent, have been very reluctant in signing up to the Kyoto Protocol because they know that that will mean them shutting down many of their economic entities. So the only things I think we need to know is that we need more money to carry out the remediation, because environmental problems will continue to grow as far as we emphasize economic growth as our own sustainable factor of national economy. So what I think we need to do is to address all the policies and laws addressing the environment. For instance, I'm aware that there is a prescription for accessing Global Environmental Fund. And recently, on just September 30th this year, they closed the, bidding for countries and companies that want to access those funds. I do not know whether Nigeria has subscribed to it, but what that means is that the nations that are grouped under what we call Annex 1 countries, which are the advanced countries, are expected to be providing $100 million per annum per country for the Annex 2 group, which is the underdeveloped countries, to access to be able to solve environmental problems. But while this is being done, we should also look at our local considerations. The increase in environmental degradation in various parts of the country have peculiar problems pertaining to local variations. The problems in Niger Delta are not the same as problems in the Northeast, which means there is a need to address each of these ones on the basis of its peculiarity. And so there cannot be a common problem, but there can be a common framework, as we have got in the establishment of certain regulatory agencies like the NOSDRA and NESRIA to carry out their functions. We will therefore try to see that the influence of the environmental abusers is limited by making sure we make provisions for these agencies to carry out their functions of monitoring and remediation effectively instead of depending on the very abusers of the environment. Okay. Well, finally, I think I have a reason to say my advice will be to get on a roundtable and carry out an effective framework for localized problems to be handled with peculiarities to the environment.
Senator Barrow.
Please address my
Mr.
question.
Dominic, if there are questions that have been put before you, if you can give the brief answers to them, not that terms.
In the ESCO, the religious intolerance is so high, what advice I will have? Sincerely, I believe that already the government, by the constitutional proposal of the nominees, is on the path of showing an example.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Eyinaya Bariba. I come from and represent the people of Abia South. My point of order is our order rule 120, 120. And I can, with your permission, Mr. President, read it. The Senate shall not consider the nomination of any person who has held any public office as contained in Part 2 of the 5th Schedule to the Constitution prior to his nomination unless there is written evidence that he has declared his assets and liabilities as required by Section 11(1) of Part 1 Fire on. Can I go on, Mr. President? Of Part 1 of the 5th Schedule of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Such declarations shall be required for scrutiny by the senators. Mr. President, this nominee did not declare his assets. It is not contained in what is before us. No. There is no proof before us that he has declared his assets. Okay. And therefore, Mr. President, according to this rule, Rule 120 of this hallowed chamber, we shall not consider this nominee.
Distinguished Senator, all the nominees, if one have all submitted their declaration of asset, their security, all these issues. If you want to come and verify, not just him, all the nominees that have come before us. So if you want to come and verify that you can make it available for you to verify that, but they have been submitted. So I note your comments. Go ahead and answer the questions.
I believe that there's a prevailing example already by the inclusion of ministers, both of different religions. And our commitment will therefore be, one, to continue in prayers, and two, to always advise on the path of dialogue and tolerance. And I think it has to also be a matter that we all will take as a nation to prevail on the conscience of either our followers or our mentors or our seniors, our communities, to see that everybody accepts that as far as Nigeria is a conglomeration of Muslims and Christians and other religions, north and south, we must have the tolerance to remain as a united country. At this point, sir, I sincerely wish to once again offer my very profound apology to the PDP and the entire Senate. Please, thank you very much.
Distinguished colleagues, please. Senator Barrow was the one asking a question before the point of order. Let's just take his question and we can discuss the issue of whether you still want to take him up on more questions. Senator Barrow, can you quickly...
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me. My name is Barrow Ajibin. I represent Kano North in this August Senate. Mr. Nominee, you are an expert in development. In fact, you are even a PhD student in development studies. You were also a player in the solid mineral sector of this country. Now, I want to ask you, or you know as a fact, that the solid mineral industry, unlike what is happening in other climes, other countries of this world, where in some countries is the mainstay of the economy of several countries. But here...
Order, please.
But here, numbers have shown, economic numbers have shown, that the contribution of the solid mineral industry to our overall macroeconomic configuration is nothing to write home about.
Put the question, please.
Okay. Now, if we approve, if this August Senate approves your nomination and you become a minister, how are you going to advise the President, the Federal Executive Council, on the way to make sure that the solid mineral becomes an important contributor to our macroeconomic setup of this country? That's number one. Number two, we are all aware, I'm sure you are aware too, being a player in the solid mineral industry, that the royalty that is supposed to be collected by the Federation of Nigeria from the exploitation of the mineral resources of this country is very, very small. In fact, there's no standard means.
Distinguished, can you put the question, please?
So, okay, now, if you become a minister, how are you going to advise Mr. President to have a mechanism where the money from royalty that is due to government is duly paid to it? Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Joseph Binawa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleague, my name is Obinna Joseph Oba. I represent Ebonyi Central Zone. Mr. Nominee, I have just two questions for you. One is, looking at your CV here, in the space of few years, you have joined 3 or 4 political parties. And as a pastor, can you tell us how you managed to coordinate this? Number 2. Number 2, sir. If you are cleared by this hallowed chamber and you become a minister of sports, can you tell us what you are going to do to improve the standard of sporting activities in this country, bearing in mind the records this country has in terms of sports? This is my question. Thank you.
Nominee, you can answer.
I have not joined 3 political parties in 4 years. I have not joined 4 parties in 3 or 4 years. From 98 to 2015,
President, I want to raise this issue because I know you can't come to fruition. If you look at this document submitted here, first, all the documents presented to us, his name Osani Uguru. But the paper here shows that he's a pastor. And there is no document here to ascertain that. That is number 1. Then number 2, Mr. Speaker, order of privilege. You are not...
Order, please. Order, please. The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, if you look at the last page here, because I'm a Christian, and he's called a pastor, not a malam. What I'm saying, if you look here, the tax clearance here, all the receipts are given the same day, 14th day of October 2015. The same day is here. And this is a serious issue. This is a serious issue as a Senate we need to consider. Because if we begin to shout no, no, no on serious issues that are fundamental, then we'll continue to shout no, no. When important issues are raised, let's discuss it as a Senate and know how to go about it. This is point. I've raised this issue and it's on record. I've raised this issue. It's on record. It's on record. It's on record.
Distinguished colleagues, please. Senator Mao Wabena, you came on the point of order 14A. I think the issues you raised, really, as you rightly said, I think there are questions that you should want to put before them, I mean, not as a privilege. So on the point of order you've come in, unfortunately, I have to rule you out of order on the point of order. Now, if you put up your hand, you want to raise a question, then I'll try as much as possible to recognize you so that you can put the question. I think there's a question already been put forward to you by Senator Barrow. If you can answer that question from Senator Barrow.
Yes. The question by Senator Barrow talked about the solid mineral sector. We have regulations that talk about the derivation of revenue from the solid mineral sector. And this is coordinated by the Mining Cadastral Office. The issue of reducing or minimizing the loss of royalties. Well, when you talk of royalties, you are talking about accruals to communities that are housing or hosting solid mineral investments. And this is the reason that the Solid Minerals Ministry, in conjunction with the Mining Cadastral Office, have formats of standard agreements for the derivations of these revenues. So all that is required is for the operators to be sincere enough to the communities, and for the communities also to be alert enough to their accrual so that nobody escapes with the expected agreements. Secondly, we talked about generating more revenue from the solid mineral sector. If there are more investments in the solid mineral sector, so will the revenues increase. So all we may need here is the necessary climate or investment environment to attract more of the investors, whether they are local or foreign.
We are taking question
from the nominee. Is it the wish of the Senate that the nominee take his leave now? No, nominee, you can take your leave. Thank you.
Pastor Osani Uguru is
asset is covered by the Constitution. The 5th schedule of the Constitution requires that an individual will declare his assets either before such confirmation or 30 days after his confirmation in office. That is just for the guidance. Section, the 5th schedule, I read. What of tax? The rule. You may wish to report progress, Mr. Chair.
Minority Leader, are you seconding?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Of course, you know, I want to second the motion that the House should return to the plenary, and I still second.
Saraki now taking his opposite.
Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief of the Federation, for the confirmation of nominees for appointment as ministers of the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The following nominees answered questions from distinguished senators on a number of topical national issues and their CV. Adewale Isaac Folonsho, Honorable Bawa Buhari, Honorable Jeffrey Onyema, Zainab S. Ahmed, Mansour Mohamed Danali, and Sani Uguru. Further constitutional hearings on other nominees defer to the next legislative day. It is a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole. Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, this distinguished Senate is accordingly adjourned to Wednesday, 28th October 2015 at 10 a.m. prompt.
A very exhaustive deliberation and screening